Greetings, everybody, and welcome. Thank you all very much for coming to join me today as we continue this craziness that is Ace Attorney 2. Thank you all so much for coming to hang out for this again, and I apologize for the delay before the stream once again. I did intend to start at 7 p.m. my time, but these days I just find I'm getting home from work later and late. Oh, Ishida! Ishida! Right off the bat, jeez. Ishida, I'm not done apologizing for being late. Stop this generosity. I'm dying. Oh man, Ishida, thank you so much for gifting 13 subscriptions, and it's not even Friday. Thank you for gifting all of those subs. Oh, hang on, I got it. There we go. I got to adjust the game volume a little bit. Ishida, thank you so much for gifting 13 subscriptions to Jungle Raba, Shiozio, Kilometers, Second Shalier, Richie John, King 9999, Flux 530, Black Wolf Senseo, Howie Wowie, Kimura Locks, Mr. Miziptic, 83, Symphonic Muse, and Dalish Prince. My god. Not intentionally, Dandy Wizard, no. No, Eclecticaf, we finished Ghost. We're done with that game. It's over. We completed it. Well, thank you again, Ishida. I seriously appreciate that, and that places us at 734 subscribers at the moment. So when that 180 wears off, we should be fairly safe. Honestly, it's one of the few games I've played lately, Niche, that I just picked up on a whim and didn't know anything about prior, and enjoyed all the way through from start to finish. And that game was $10. Like, you don't get a better deal than that for $10. Don't worry about it, Aroda-san. I'm sorry our schedules just aren't lining up. Now that I'm kind of back to starting at a somewhat consistent time, or trying to, I tend to find that a lot of people who were able to make it at what were odd hours for them now are ending up being at work during the streams. Which I totally understand. It was, Rockethead. Hello, Alex. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Ugh. Well, Ishida, the only reason it wouldn't work out at this point, because tomorrow will be day 60. Although I think at this point I might just submit my my application to them tonight. Tomorrow will be day 60, and I'll have met their criteria, so the only way that it wouldn't work out at this point is if they decide to move the goalposts. And if they do that, that'll be an entirely different story. What yellow thing, Zelda 4B? No problem, Rhoda-san. Dandy Wizard, are you talking about, like, Mongolian hot pot? Or the Mongolian-style grill or stew? Ishida, you've done more than enough. I seriously appreciate that. Thank you. There's a pretty good chance, Ishida, that we should be okay now. The star with 4 edges, Zelda 4? Oh, that's part of the stylization of the Ace Attorney logo. Yeah, I do too, Ishida. At this point, if anything goes wrong, it won't be our fault. We've done everything that we possibly could up to this point, and we've done it as Twitch requested, and as they laid it out to me, so... Hello, Swordinary Guy, welcome! Your sub basically gives you the ability to view the stream without having to watch ads, and it also enables you to use emotes. Oh, I might have heard of it at one point or another, Dandy Wizard, but I don't believe I've ever had it. No worries, Alex. I appreciate you stopping in just to say hi. Yes, Brutal. Channel-specific emotes. Although, with channel points now being a thing, you can unlock channel-specific emotes temporarily for, I think, 24 hours at a time by spending channel points. Don't worry about it, Aroda-san. Please take care of yourself first. Please make sure that you can afford everything you need before you worry about me. Alright, well, I guess let me try and figure out where we left off, because... okay, Turnabout Big Top. Part 2-1, Trial. You got it, Swordinary Guy, that's the way! Yeah, I believe the description I remember being given about that dish, Dandy Wizard, was fairly interesting. Alright. Oh, that's right, we were doing the Magician case. Good morning, Max. Max? Milk. What? I don't have a glass of milk before I go on stage. I just can't function, sweetie. Stage? Don't worry, there won't be a stage. All you have to do is sit down. I guess. Nick, Max is really nervous. That's understandable. Hey, my sweeties. What? You don't think I should fly, do you? Huh? You know, you've got to make a good first impression. When I enter the room, maybe I should fly in and warm up the crowd a little. No, no, no. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would just prove that... Or it would convince them that he was the murderer. We can't be having you flying around the courtroom. It just wouldn't be right. Imagine if you hit someone. Don't worry, Max. Just do what Nick says and everything will be okay. Oh, sweetie. What is it this time, Max? Why don't you try flying into the courtroom? I can see it now. The dashing young lawyer flying fabulously in from above. One glimpse of that and everyone in the room will be on your side. I don't think that's how that works. Yes, Kritzers, I did. Honestly, I don't... Ghost 1.0 is one of the few games I can remember in the recent past of which I have not really had any significant criticisms. There were a few relatively minor things that would have been nice if they'd been done slightly differently, but like... It's funny that there are so many big budget games I've played lately that have been really disappointing, but then this random $10 game I found on PSN that I'd never heard of before turned out to be something I enjoyed enough to play all the way through, and I never lost momentum, you know? Yeah, Kritzers, it's not revolutionary. You know, it hasn't turned the game industry upside down, but for what it costs, I found it to be really enjoyable. Max, really, no one needs to fly today. Nick, what's with that look in your eyes? I like the sound of that. Dashing young lawyer flying fabulously... Uh-oh. Now Phoenix is gonna fly. Okay, Kritzers, have a good one. And now the case, what? Your Honor, get on with it! Oh, sorry. I just realized that the defendant's name is Billy Bob Johns. So? Well, isn't the defendant also known as Maximilian Galactica? Yes, Your Honor, he does often go by that name. You know, my grandchild is a huge fan of his. I think everyone here wouldn't mind if we call the defendant Maximilian Galactica. Sounds more friendly. I wonder if that's to our advantage. Ms. Von Karma, your opening statement, if you please. I hope you didn't bother thinking you'd win this one, Mr. Phoenix, right? Eh? That spirit channeling trial was a sham. I refuse to acknowledge its legitimacy. That sounds like sore loser talk to me. It did not count, did you hear me? I disconnected my Ethernet cable, so I didn't lose. She must still be upset about what happened last time. You have no chance, zero, zilch, nada, I'm not losing this case. Why, you ask? Because it is not in the nature of a Von Karma to lose at anything. Guess being born with the name Von Karma is a free pass to be arrogant and annoying. Watch and learn, Mr. Phoenix, right? I'll show you the textbook procedure for proving how absolutely guilty you are. Me? Guilty? What are you talking about? Will be my ultimate revenge. But it's not like it'll bring her dad back. There, opening statement complete. Now let's hurry and wrap up this waste. That was her opening statement? Very well, you may call your first witness, Ms. Von Karma. Detective Dick Gumshoe, get up there now. This poor guy. Just being abused left and right. Sorry to keep you from work, as I'm sure you need every penny you can earn. I hate that this is a running gag. This poor, poor detective. Don't mention it. It's no trouble at all. I've been looking forward to this. Very well, I would like you to begin by shedding light on the events in question. At your service, sir. All right, detective, you may proceed with your testimony. Here we go. Nitch, I don't think he gets paid at all at this point. I'm pretty sure the police department charges him to come into work every day. By now. Alright, details of the events. The night of the crime, snow was falling until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out. All of the circus performers were gathered in the Big Top to practice their routines. Oh, external keyboard why? Why are we... Okay, sure. Alright, the connections seem to be solid. I don't know what's going on there. The practice session broke up around 10 p.m. The murder itself took place in the plaza in front of the lodge house at 10:15 p.m. The victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. The cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebrae in his neck. I would too, Zeronio, but this judge is apparently a bit of a candy ass, and he's tough on Phoenix most of the time, but anytime the prosecution even looks at him the wrong way, he's just on his knees begging for mercy. I see, he was beaten to death. Here's the autopsy report for the victim. The court accepts this into evidence. Time of death, 10:15, blunt force trauma to the back of the head. Blunt object. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Details of the event. Okay, here we go. Well, Rockethead, I hope not, but... Oh, niche. That term goes back to... God, where did I first hear that? I believe it goes back to the early 90s. It was a way of calling someone a wimp, basically, niche. Alright, let's see. Night of the crime, snow was falling until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out. I should probably review my evidence. Just make sure. A picture of the crime scene. Oh, okay. Max's hat. Max's salary negotiations. Max's symbols. Okay. The broken... Oh yeah, the one that Max clobbered Ben with. Okay, that's the map of the circus. Money the monkey. Collect shiny stuff. A cheap ring with an eerie sparkle from T to R. Okay, Trilo to Regina, I think that was. The autopsy report. Alright, I guess that's all we've got. In that case... let me ask you about the snow. It was nearly a blizzard up until the time of the crime. Did it pile up? It wasn't such a big deal. Maybe about 1.5 inches was on the ground. The snow froze in place and stayed on the ground until the next day. The snow. Let me see. There's gotta be more to this. What's the matter, Nick? I need to take a look at the court record. Mr. Gumshoe, what were the members of the circus doing on the night of the crime? She sure did, Circular. Well, it was pretty different back then, Oroda-san. The practice session broke up around 10. Bent over a wooden box. Alright, where was this box from, I wonder? A wooden box. That's right. The victim must have been carrying the wooden box when he was killed. Carrying the box, huh? It was a rather strange wooden box, Your Honor. What do you mean? Well, it was much heavier than it looked. Not to mention it was oh, I know how this went down! The murderer was in the box, popped out of the box, killed the ringmaster, and then went back into the box. And therefore was able to leave no footprints in the snow. Which is how they were able to make it look as though it was done by someone who could fly. Let's see. Locked, you say? Wooden box added to the court record. The victim was hunched over this 20-pound box. It boasts a small but strong lock. This may be my only chance, so I might as well ask some questions. Oh dear, about the wooden box. Yeah, what was in the box? What were its contents? Do you mind telling us what was inside that box? Well, when we found the box, it was locked tighter than Fort Knox. So we took it back to the station and cracked it open. All that was inside was this little bottle. Oh! This looks illicit. Bottle? What is that, Detective? Exactly what it looks like, Your Honor. It's a condiment bottle filled with cocaine. What's inside the bottle? It's filled with pepper. Pepper? Why in the world was it locked in that big box? There was only one little bottle in that huge box? I wonder if it has some sort of special meaning. Also, the idea that this contains pepper is bullshit, because even white pepper isn't that color. This can't possibly be pepper. The cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebra in his neck. According to the autopsy report, the murder weapon was a blunt object, correct? You've done your homework, pal. And you haven't found this murder weapon, have you? The police are searching for it as we speak. My theory is that it is something the perpetrator ran off with. You would think so, especially since you didn't find it on the scene. No, no, no. I bet he made it disappear with magic. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Well, I think we have a good feel for the details of the event now. I guess that's all we're going to get out of Gumshoe in this case. You mean all we're going to get out of him is that little bottle of pepper? Now that we've wrapped up with the detective, I'd like to call my next witness. Yeah, I'm not even off the stand yet. Obviously. But that's due to you being slow and unable to take a hint. I don't know, but wrapped up has such a mean sound to it. I'm a sensitive guy. Thank you very much, Detective Gumshoe. You may step down. Ms. Von Karma, call your next witness. I'd like to call Mr. Benjamin Woodman to the stand. She must be talking about Ben the ventriloquist. Nice, Aroda-san. That's the best one, I think. I wonder if Trilo will show up on the stand as well. He sure will. Please state your name and occupation for the record. My full name is Trilo Quist. I am employed as an operatic tenor. Excuse me? The witness called to the stand was one Benjamin Woodman, ventriloquist. That robe must be cutting off your circulation. I said that I was a singer. Maybe you don't believe me. Fine, I'll grace you with a song. Ahem. Me. Bleh. The word of law. Exciting and daring, guilt or innocence. Decided by a judge dressed up like a woman. Well, what do you think? Had a good rhythm. It's just the lyrics. They leave something to be desired, so to speak. Trilo, you know better than to insult a judge. Shut up, just look at your nose. You'd think you'd have the sense to fix it. It's so ugly I want to punch you in the face on the off chance swelling would help. You know that your nose is the reason you'll never be an A-list star. Celebrities must really enjoy saying everything that flashes into their minds. What's going on here? Order! Order! I demand to know who the witness is. Don't worry about me, sir. I'll let Trilo handle this. I'm not worried about you one bit. I'm worried about getting testimony in my court. Ow! You won't get anywhere trying to figure out this witness. Now let's proceed. This judge is just the biggest shrinking violet, Zelda. What you witnessed. Once practice was over, I left the tent with the clown. Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went back to the plaza's entrance. That's when I saw Max heading towards the scene of the crime. He was the only one heading that way. How could that punk not be the killer? Then the police showed up and took Magic Boy away. You saw Maximilian Galactica heading towards the scene. You're sure of that? Without a doubt. He had on his silk hat, cloak, and the dumb white roses on his chest. How can you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up so high? That's enough. I think we all get the picture. Just one thing. You said you ditched the clown. That's right, dress boy. Well, since you weren't with him, couldn't that mean the clown committed the crime? He's got a point. What a shame. It was a nice theory, but the clown can't be the culprit. Why's that? Here's absolute proof. A silk hat? This was found at the scene of the crime. It belongs to the defendant. Without question, he was wearing his signature hat during practice. If the clown was the murderer, there would be no reason for this hat to be at the scene. Unless the clown were dressed up as Max. Well done, Ms. Von Karma. Your prosecutorial skills are unrivaled. Well done. Thank you for stating the obvious. Mr. Phoenix Wright, what do you have to say? Okay. I guess she's the boss again today. Freaking great. What if it was the clown dressed as Maximilian, dressed as the clown, dressed as Regina, dressed as Ben and Trilo? Alright. Ditched the clown. Saw Max heading toward the scene of the crime. He was the only one heading that way. Are you sure? I'm a little bit suspicious of this statement. You saw Max and only Max, right, Trilo? That's right, and that makes him the killer. There was only one person headed that way that night. Makes quite a bit of sense, and makes Max one suspicious character. There's more to this story than meets the eye. Is there something amiss? Ben only saw Max? That's a bit strange, don't you think? What's strange? That you only saw Max. Doesn't it seem like you should have seen someone else as well? Yeah, because everybody else was getting out of practice at that point. He should have seen the others. What? Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Who else do you suppose this witness could have seen? He should have at least seen the victim. That's the victim. That's correct. If Trila was at the entrance to the plaza, he should have seen the ringmaster as well. Ah! Obviously the ringmaster arrived at the scene of the crime before the witness could have seen him. Anyone with sense could have figured that out. What are you talking about? The ringmaster and Max went together to the ringmaster's room. Is that, according to the defendant, a likely story? Maximilian Galactica was supposed to be in the ringmaster's room. Why was he, just as the witness stated, at the scene of the crime? Ugh. I see. It seems that at this stage I have no reason to doubt this witness's testimony. There are clearly no conclusive contradictions. He's right. Brilliant judgment, Your Honor. Now let's move along with the testimony. Trila wouldn't happen to have an ulterior motive for incriminating Max, would he? Yes, of course he does. I believe we've established that he was competing with Max over Regina's attention. Hello, Sisu. Welcome. Well, Max is part of that bitter love triangle with Regina, which is probably why Max conked him over the head. Nick, wasn't Ben the one who got knocked over the head? Yeah, I think so. I don't know anymore. Ditched the clown. Saw Max. He was the only one heading that way. Then the police showed up and took him away. You are leaving out quite a lot that happened in between this statement and this one. Around what time did the police arrive at the scene? Suppose that would have been around... Hey, what time was it? Huh? I think it was around... I'd say a bit after 10:30 p.m., I think. Practice ended at 10 p.m., so you hung around the lodging house the entire time? I guess that sounds about right. Wasn't it awfully cold? I can't believe you just stand outside in that weather. Well, the truth is... Will you shut up, you big-nosed dope? Why are you telling him anything extra? Why can't you believe that we just stand outside in that weather? Well, maybe you were waiting for someone. What? Who said we were waiting for someone? Mr. Phoenix Wright, we can do without your offhanded theories. But this witness, he's cracking under the pressure already. I'm onto something. Mr. Wright. Who do you suppose the witness was waiting for out in the cold? Well, there could be a few people, potentially. But given that he was so hot for Regina, I imagine he's probably, or was waiting for her. Well, if he was waiting outside in the cold, it was for one person. And one person only. He was waiting for the animal tamer Regina. Blah! He punched his own head off. That's amazing. You were waiting outside for Regina to come back to the lodging house. Am I mistaken? Is this true? Well, you can't really ask me that question. Who cares who I was waiting for that night? What's important is what I saw. Don't you forget it. Oh, well, well. The puppet may be a bit stiff, but he's right. Alright. Yeah, that's pretty much my sentiments at this point. Alright. Alright. There's obviously a reason why this witness was there that night. He spent all that time waiting for Regina to arrive. Moreover, even if someone else would have walked right in front of him, I doubt he would have paid them a second thought. Ah! That makes perfect sense. What did you just say? The witness saw the defendant at the scene of the crime. However, he did not see the victim on the way to his eventual demise. If you accept that, then you must accept that there is a high likelihood that he could have missed someone else other than Max heading to the scene. There is absolutely no proof that the witness was waiting for the animal tamer. I guess you got me. Alright, I'll spill the beans for real this time. It's true I was waiting for Regina. Pain! Don't volunteer things! Mr. Quist, tell us the truth this time, and I mean the whole truth. Were you or were you not waiting for Regina at the entrance to the lodging house? I was waiting to propose to her. You were what? Waiting to propose? What's the matter? You think humans have a monopoly on Oh no, don't do this. The matter of puppet marriage is not under review in this case. Hello, Tucker, welcome! You're the judge, I mean, look at your horrible outfit. More pain! Huh, thanks to your bumbling, my perfect plan is not so perfect anymore. Now we have to waste time getting to the bottom of some silly proposal by a puppet. About the proposal. Don't be so surprised that I was going to propose to Regina. I even had something to give her. I kept it in my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Of course, I also had it in my pocket that night. It was a present for her. I don't want to know what that was. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. You are going to propose? You, a puppet. Don't be so obtuse. Just because I'm a puppet doesn't mean I can't love. This Ben guy has some serious psychological issues. I guess you're right. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I couldn't propose to her too. Oh God, no. Why? Exactly. His honor is looking a little less than honorable right now. Okay, Mr. Wright, please continue with your cross-examination. What was all that? What was with that sigh at the end? Freaking... You had something to give her. As much as I hate to pursue this line of inquiry, what was it exactly that you planned on giving her? You know exactly what I was going to give her, numbskull. The only thing I could find to match Regina's beauty. Answer his question. What was it? You're gonna die when you hear this. It's an engagement ring. Engagement ring? Wow, those two nearly fell out of their chairs. Mr. Phoenix Wright's joke has gone too far. Time for this to end right here. Franziska's whip looks like it is about to lash out at almost anything. One hit from that thing will probably shut someone up for a long time. Pain equals bad. No, screw it. Push on anyway. Maybe something of a joke, but this is a historic moment. The first time that a puppet has ever proposed to a human being. Ow! I advise you to cut this argument short. I'm going to have to agree with the defense here. Will the witness please revise their testimony? Specifically about the engagement ring. I'd like to stick to facts, not sociology. Finally, the judge shows a little bit of backbone. You sure do enjoy sweating the details, especially for a man in a black bathrobe. I planned on giving an engagement ring to Regina. Kept it in his pocket. Had it in his pocket that night. He wasn't able to give it to her, so he still has it in his pocket. I don't believe that's true. I believe that we have that very engagement ring right here. Objection! Trilo, do you mind if I show you something? What is it? What are you talking about? Uh-oh, looks like they're going to double team me now. Do you recognize this ring? Ah, that's mine! Give it back, thief! Thief! Didn't you just testify about this very object? I believe you said. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. Why, then, do I have it right here? Ah! Yeah, we did, Tucker. What is going on here? That's... Ben, say something! Don't put me on the spot like that, Trilo. Boy, whoever did the writing for this game doesn't know how to use commas. I found this in Money's room. Money's room? You mean a room they put money, like a bank vault? Ha! That filthy monkey is gonna get what's coming to him. Mr. Quist, I would prefer if you avoided slandering innocent fiats in my court. Well, Your Honor, Money really is a monkey, in every sense of the word. Ah, I see. Well then, Money likes to go after the shiniest things he can find and gather them up. Shiny things? Trilo, when was this ring stolen from you? Well, I suppose it was that time, you know, that night, the night of the crime. What did you just say? Details. I need more details. Well, it was stolen right after Max showed up in the plaza. Right about when you saw the defendant walk past, correct? Well, I guess you might, be able to say that. The ring might have, well, it could have been taken around that time. Ah, yow! Oh. Oh, he got beaten up by the monkey. Or did he? Ben, what's with you? Oh, whatever. Has nothing to do with anything, especially not who committed the murder. Actually, it's not for you to decide what has to do with what. Now, Trilo, back to the topic at hand. I haven't admitted a thing, not I, Mr. Trilo Quist. What did you do when the ring was taken, Trilo? You know exactly what I did. I chased after that ring-snatching monkey Money. But you weren't able to catch up with him, were you? It's all this slow, loafy fool called Ben's fault. While he was fumbling his way through the snow, that dumb monkey was able to get away. This is indeed an incredible shame. Well, this does indeed prove one very important point. Prove an important point? What point could that possibly be? Ben's testimony has a flaw. There is a huge contradiction in this witness's testimony. Because he's saying he was in two different places at the same time. Contradiction? The witness just testified to the following effect. Up until the police arrived, he didn't move from the entrance to the plaza. However, the witness just stated that he chased after Money the monkey. But when the witness was off chasing Money, there was no one watching the plaza. What is the meaning of all this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Where are you going with this little theory of yours? I'm saying there is no possible way that this witness saw the plaza the entire time. That's where I'm going with this little theory, which leads me to my next point. It's entirely possible that someone other than the defendant was at the scene. Interesting, Mr. Wright. Well then tell me this, Mr. Wright. Do you have any proof that something slipped past this vigilant ventriloquist? Well, he obviously didn't see the victim, the ringmaster, arrive on the scene. However, that doesn't change the fact that he saw the defendant arrive. The witness is lying. He is blinded by his rivalry with Max. Well, the defense's argument does hold water. This witness does have a history of animosity toward the defendant. What? How dare you? I wouldn't lie just to get that dork face in trouble. He's not even worth it. I saw him, no doubt about it. I saw that worthless liar. Well, just for clarity's sake, let's flesh out exactly who you saw on that night. I've told you so many times I think you'd know my story's not changing. You've already changed your story, Stick Boy, and I'm sure it will change some more. Where there is one lie, there are usually more behind it. Exactly, Maya. That's why we have to keep after him. Yeah! Witnessing Max. Alright, I think it's time for us to pull some information out of this guy. I'll give you that I was waiting that night for Regina. But that doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in the plaza that night. He showed up after I'd been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. So that means that Money didn't show up until after you saw Max. That's right, Money ran up less than a minute after I saw Max. Then Money snatched the ring and you went chasing after him. How long was it until you came back to where you were waiting? Well, let's see, I'd say about... I suppose 5 minutes, I think. So the victim could have arrived on the scene in that 5-minute stretch. Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Well, first of all, we can nail him on claiming not to have a rivalry with Max. So you testified that you said good evening to Max that night. You must enjoy asking incredibly obvious questions. You say good morning in the morning and good afternoon during the day, right? And it's obvious that I'd say good night to someone at night. What, Ben? You've got something to add? Let me guess, that's not it, Trilo. You say good evening at night. I'm sorry, Trilo. Mr. Quist, I would prefer if you kept your ventriloquist act outside of the courtroom. Impossible! A performer lives and breathes his performances. You should know better. There's gotta be something wrong with this tiny bit of testimony. There is, but it's not either one of these things. Guess it's kind of petty to badmouth someone's performances. I think so too. I guess you really are right all the time. Glad to see you finally coming around to that. Alright, continue with the cross-examination. So this... I think... Trilo, is it not true that you had a fight with Max on the day of the murder? A fight? A fight over Regina, to be exact. Wasn't that big of a deal. It was just an argument, a disagreement at most. A disagreement usually doesn't end with someone getting clonked over the head. Ah! That morning, Ben got clobbered over the head by Max, didn't he? What? Is that an admission of assault and battery? Ow! Before we handle that, we should wrap up the defendant's murder charge first. The truth is that on the day of the crime, the defendant and witness had a huge fight. There is absolutely no way they would have suddenly become cordial that evening. Moreover, just consider the personality of the witness on the stand. There is no way a puppet this lewd would just up and say good evening to his rival. Ah! Are you saying this witness is lying? That he's trying to frame the defendant by claiming to have seen him at the crime scene? I didn't tell a single lie, honestly, I just... That's enough from you, Mr. Quist. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Let's clarify this testimony for the court. Could you explain your theory about who the witness actually saw that night? He saw somebody else. It is my belief that the witness did indeed see someone that night. It was just someone else. That's who he said good evening to. What kind of theory is that? The correct one. Furthermore, I don't believe the person the witness saw was Max at all. What? If he had truly met Max that night, there would have been no greeting at all. Which means there is only one proper answer. The person the witness saw that night was not Maximilian Galactica. That is why Trilo made the effort to greet whoever it was he saw that evening. Or good evening, as he put it. What in the world? You... Would the defense kindly explain who it was Trilo saw that evening, then? The only other person he could have seen would be the victim. And that would be Russell. Considering the ill temper of this witness, there is only one person he would greet. It must be Regina. It's Regina, right? She's so cute. No, Your Honor, no. No. No, Your Honor, it is not Regina. If it was Regina, Trilo would have given her the engagement ring as a present. Oh, yeah, I suppose you've got a point there. It was Russell Berry, the victim himself, was it not? You're correct. It was indeed Russell Berry. Huh? The person you saw that evening was the victim, the ringmaster Russell Berry. That's why you greeted him, Trilo, isn't that correct? Ugh. Answer the question, Mr. Quist. Ah! How many times has Trilo needed to be put back together? Yeah, Sugar Crow, join the club. Also, hello, Sugar Crow. Order! How do you respond to this? Wait a second. Well, at first I thought it was the old man. But once I got a better look at him, it was obviously Maximilian Galactica. Bullshit! You said you recognized those 3 symbols. I think it's high time that we clear the air about this question. Mr. Quist obviously witnessed a single person in the area of the plaza that evening. The problem is identifying exactly who that person was. Was it Maximilian Galactica, or was it the ringmaster, one Mr. Russell Berry? The prosecution argues that it was the defendant that the witness saw that night. The witness has clearly stated that he saw the defendant's 3 symbols. 3 symbols. Alright, this is getting old. Come on, man, you've got to remember them by now. Here we go again, everyone all together now. Ow! Yes, we know. The silk hat, cloak, and white roses. A silk hat and a cloak. Anyone could wear them. They'd even look good on me. What was that? Well, the witness has endlessly repeated that he saw Max's 3 symbols. However, how do we really know it was Maximilian Galactica? Could have been someone else dressed up as him. Possibly even Russell Berry. What? Miss Von Karma. Do you have clear evidence that the person the witness saw was the defendant? Well, If that's the case, then it is impossible for me to make a judgment at this point. Yes, I think we finally won a point in this one. That is very unfortunate. Huh? You're just a little too excited for your own good, Mr. Phoenix, right? What do you mean by that? You merely established one thing from this witness. You established that this witness saw one person in the plaza that night. Applaud you on your effort, but... Who that person was can only be answered by the next witness. What? Your Honor, the prosecution will provide beyond a shadow of a doubt an answer to that question and evidence that clearly establishes one thing. That there is no one other than Maximilian Galactica responsible for this crime. Very well. The court will take a 10-minute recess. During that time, I request the prosecution prepare their next witness. Court is now in recess. To be continued, I guess. Oh, we'd better save. Yeah, Tucker, we really should. Fortunately, though, at least we get them off the stand for now. Sweetie! You have to believe me, I didn't go anywhere near that crime scene. So then, where were you when the murder took place? We talked about it yesterday, remember? I was in the ringmaster's room. And while you were there, it was the ringmaster who left the room, right? Exactly, he told me to wait in the room because he would be right back. That's when the ringmaster headed to the scene of the crime, right? That's what it seems like. But the ringmaster must have been wearing Max's costume, right? Oh, sweetie, I just remembered. I went straight to the ringmaster's room still dressed in my stage clothes. But when I got there, I went ahead and took the costume off. Which means? It means that the ringmaster could have taken his costume and went out looking like Max. Fabulous! That's a fabulously possible possibility. Haha, well done, Nick. However, sweetie, why would the ringmaster want to dress up like me? Isn't that a bit strange? If you think about it, all they found at the crime scene was my silk hat. What about my cloak? Where did that go? Double, Wow, Max, I never thought of that. You should be a detective or something. Well, I was never quite sure what to be when I grew up. Magician or president? You have no idea how hard it was to make a decision. That's really cool. Fabulous, this mystery just keeps getting deeper. Okay. Well, we did get some new information from him, at least. Now that everyone is back, let's get started. The court is now back in session. Ms. Von Karma, please proceed with the prosecution's case. Very well, I will now call my next witness. A pitiful clown with the unfortunate distinction of having seen the entire thing. Will Mr. Lawrence Curls please take the stand? Why does she just call him a pitiful clown? The witness will state his name and occupation for the court record. In West Clownadelphia, born and raised. Wow, did he really just... Holy hell. Name and occupation. The Fresh Clown of Japanifornia. Will the witness please inform the court why he's speaking autobiographical gibberish? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just not used to being in court. I've never been in a courtroom in my life. I wasn't quite sure what joke is best suited to this sort of occasion. What in the world are you talking about? You're in a grand hall of justice, not some comedy club. Since it's easy to see your occupation, please state your name for the court. Oh, yeah. Maybe this joke is okay. Mom, do I have to wear pants? The sign only says no shirt, no shoes, no service. Ha 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 ha. Franziska, where's your whip now? Okay, how about this? Have you met my proctologist, Dr. Seymour... Fucking kill me. Just kill me now. Franziska, you are the only one with a weapon here that can save us. Thank you! But a couple of clowns who were up to no good started oh, God. Really, he's continuing it. Your name! Lawrence Curls, professional funny man, also known as Mo the Clown. You witnessed the scene at around 10:15 p.m. the day of the murder. Correct? Yes, it is. Very well, Mr. Curls. Will you please testify to what you saw that evening? A rabbi, a priest, and a Rastafarian walked into this plaza without the humor, please. Okay. Aw, poor Mo can't be his normal stoogey self in court. I'm about ready to arraign this guy and send him to the chair. Phoenix would be a perfectly acceptable prosecutor. I know, I'm not the greatest comedian in the world. I haven't been able to make people laugh for 10 years. No matter what I say, all I get in return is a vacant stare and polite applause. Since no one ever laughs at my jokes, I've taken to laughing at them myself. It's a bad habit, but hey, at least I'm trying. Imagine my predicament. I'm a clown who can't make people laugh. I'm almost useless. But I keep trying. I even tried to come up with jokes just for today. But this atmosphere is very nerve-wracking. I decided to try to make everyone laugh. Seriously, everyone, what do you think of me? How am I doing? This is his testimony? Aren't we the ones supposed to be asking the questions here? Witness? Huh? We will listen to your call for help after the court proceedings are over. Thus, please stick to the facts of this case. Really? You'll really hear me out? Well, I'll make sure that one of my staff will be your straight man later. Thank you, I can't wait. Poor Gumshoe. Oh no! Oh god, yeah, poor Gumshoe indeed. Do we get real testimony this time? Now that that's settled, shall we begin once again with the testimony? Of course we can. I'll talk for as long as you want. The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. Oh, so I guess you just got back from seeing your proctologist, Dr. Seymour Butts, then. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were a bit far away, though. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clunked the ringmaster over the head. That's very interesting. If this eyewitness account is to be believed, I'll have enough evidence to pass judgment right now. Of course you can. There is no way this account can be criticized. Oh, we'll determine that. However, the witness is a bit, how do you say, off-kilter. Yeah, we might actually have an unreliable witness here. Almost like he has some sort of atmosphere of guilt surrounding him. Ha ha ha, that must be because of my insincere smile. Mr. Wright, please begin the defense's cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Nick, you've got to find some kind of contradiction in his testimony. I know that! Mr. Wright, Your Honor, I'm afraid that if you push this witness too far, it would bring disaster upon the court. Thus, I sincerely hope you're not going to engage in pointless saber-rattling. I understand, Your Honor. If you cause this clown to stray from the facts, I'll hold you responsible. Why am I responsible? I'm not the one with the corny jokes. Okay, that sounded like an overt threat that I'm actually going to lose health if I errantly question this guy. Yeah, Bedinsis, I was just thinking the same thing. Circular saber-rattling means basically arguing with somebody. Clashing with them with no productive result. The night of the murder before practice was over, I went straight back to my room. I have no idea how tired I was that night. Thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I looked out the window. Okay. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were far away. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. Okay, so the ones that are standing out to me are this one and this one. We'll go in order, I guess. You just happened to glance out of the window. You could say that. You could also say I peeked, stared, glimpsed, peeped, eyeballed. Mr. Curls! Oh, I guess synonyms aren't allowed either. What should I do? I wonder if I should press him further. Yeah, I think we should. Exactly why did you look out of your window that night? Why? Why? Clowns don't need a reason to look out their windows, do they? That's not what I meant. I meant that, well, when we spoke yesterday... Once I had tucked myself into bed, I heard this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. It sounded like a giant thump. Which is a very drastic contradiction to the testimony that you just gave. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You forgot? Your Honor, the witness looked out of his window upon hearing a loud sound. He did not just simply glance out of his window that night. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to mention that thump, didn't I? Ah! That's not something you just forget to mention. Yeah, what she said. I believe it would be best if Moe were to revise his testimony. Very well. Mr. Curls, please revise your testimony. This should start turning the tables in our favor. He heard a noise. Then he saw two silhouettes. It was the ringmaster. He kept watching them, and then Max Clonk the ringmaster. Yeah, okay. So we'll question this one next. You say you saw the ringmaster get clonked over the head. Yes, I did. It's the climax of my story. He really does enjoy the completely random non sequitur. What would you say the victim was struck with? You mean the weapon? I have no idea. A weapon wasn't found at the murder scene, right? That's not what I meant. You did say you did see everything, didn't you? Well, yeah, I suppose I did. Wait, no, I didn't. I didn't see a weapon. Moe, did you or did you not see the crime of murder committed that night? I will not permit you to harass my witness in this manner. You'd better have an excellent reason for attacking this poor, poor clown. Because if you don't, you know what is waiting for you. A nice penalty. Oh, that's a big penalty. Isn't this a bit melodramatic? So what will it be then, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Do you have any clear basis to believe that my witness did not see the crime? Yes, of course I do. I've got a great reason to make my claim. I suppose you'll be telling us all that great reason. Of course I will. The reason is the witness's very own testimony. What is the meaning of that, Mr. Wright? Moe said that he heard a sound like a thump of someone getting hit. He did say that. However, Moe just stated the following under oath, which we finally acknowledge for the first time in the series. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. If Moe is to be believed when he says he looked out the window upon hearing a sound, there is no way that he could have seen Max clonk anyone. In 1972, oh god. Curls did the thing again. Mr. Curls, how do you respond to Mr. Wright's assessment? They didn't commit. These clowns promptly escaped from a maximum security clown car. Mr. Curls, are you reciting the C-Team theme to anger this court? The C-Team theme, yeah. No, I'm just stalling for time while I jog my memory. Great job, Nick. These types of witnesses always seem to have a selective memory. You just have to peel back the layers of the clown makeup to find the truth. Well, you're back from your jog. Well, it pretty much happened the way I said. Pretty much. When I looked out my window that night, the ringmaster was already face down in the snow. The prosecution helped me fill in the gaps in my statement. On karma? Tampering with a witness again? So now you are saying that you did not see the defendant clonk the ringmaster? Yes? When I looked out my window, the ringmaster had already checked out. Checked out. Yeah, he was on permanent leave without pay. Mr. Curls, Your Honor, you did not witness the actual crime, however, you still say you saw the criminal, correct? Yes, exactly. The ringmaster was slumped over and I saw someone's silhouette next to him. This is probably the most unreliable witness we've had so far. This is like Donald Trump levels of walking it back and spouting bullshit. Very well, then please testify to this silhouette you saw. I expect the truth. And if I even catch a hint of a joke from you... I will put you in a holding cell until you learn court etiquette, Wow! This is, I think, the first potent threat we've ever had from a judge to a dishonest witness. Finally, it took till the second case of the second game. Got it. It's a miracle circular, isn't it? It was a bit far away, but that shadow could only have belonged to Max. There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt that it was him. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. It does seem as if the defendant was at the scene of the crime. Looks like it took the clown long enough to get his facts straight. But whatever, this should finally be good enough, yes? It is decisive testimony. Was Max really at the crime scene that night? He said he wasn't there. We have to believe in that. All right, Mr. Wright, commence your cross-examination. All right. So, I believe Mo has left out a symbol. They were all there. Except you neglect to mention the roses. You're sure that is what you saw that night? Exactly what I saw is... Exactly what I said I saw is exactly what I saw. I've got eyes like a hawk. Don't birds have terrible night vision? But that's not all I saw! Okay, so I guess in this case then we need to actually present the... What do you call it? The poster to prove that there's a symbol that was left out here. You say you saw all of Max's uppity symbols. I suppose so. The silk hat and the cloak, right? Mo, everyone knows that Maximilian Galactica has 3 uppity symbols. 3 symbols? Yay, everyone get ready. All together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. What the? Who cares if he knew that there were 3 or not? He saw what he saw, and he saw the symbols. He just forgot to mention one. Isn't that right, Mo? Do you like pie? I love pie. 3.14. Oh, God. Silence, fool. You were to respond with the whole truth, no fractions. Wow. Franziska just made a fractions pun. The whole truth. A full unit of 1. Wow. Order, order. Mo, you didn't see the roses, did you? To be honest, there weren't any roses on the person I saw. The crime scene was dark. It's obvious it was too dark to see that kind of detail. But the witness said he was able to see a silhouette of the criminal's face. Not to mention that the roses are white. There's no way he could have missed them. Then the roses must have fallen off when the defendant assaulted the victim. If that was the case, then the police would have found them near the crime scene. Mr. Wright, are these white roses truly material to the facts of this case? Clearly not. He is just toying with this court. I got her on the ropes now. These seemingly insignificant facts have never failed to lead me to the truth yet. Someone is toying with the court, but it's not me. Your Honor, do you recall Trilo's testimony? There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. How can you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up so high? How could you mistake someone wearing such a snobby 3-piece getup? Trilo saw them all. Trilo saw all 3 of Max's symbols. However, this witness claims there were no white roses on the person he saw. There is absolutely no doubt that this is a contradiction. Yes, Aretsu, but that's not the pun Franziska was making. She wasn't making a pun about pi or about finding the circumference of a circle. She was making a pun about the whole truth, no fractions. Now what am I supposed to think? One is supposed to disregard the pointless, but this... It's alright, Haretsu. I'm glad someone around here can do math so that I can come to you for help when I need to add up my grocery change. Judge, forget the roses. Think about his other testimony. The witness has stated without a doubt that he saw Maximilian Galactica. Nothing else matters. Let's wrap this case up now. Your Honor, it may be trivial, but it does cast doubt on the prosecution's case. Frankly, I have my doubts about this witness. It seems that, unlike wine, the witness has not grown more mature with age. Wow. I'm not mature. I've come to a conclusion. I'm 99% certain that this witness saw the defendant. However, my remaining 1% of doubt is quite reasonable. Which means that for my peace of mind, I'm going to request a bit more testimony. What? If there are no contradictions in his next statement, I'm prepared to issue a ruling. A ruling? Nick, this is your last chance. Thank you, Haretsu. There's no doubt in my mind there were no white roses that night. However, all the other symbols were there, I'm equally sure of that. Especially the silk hat, there is no way I could forget seeing the decorations on it. He was wearing it the entire time that he was on the scene. Which is a lie because it was found at the scene. Mr. Wright, you've got one last chance at this. Just one chance. I will not allow even the slightest hint of badgering against this witness. You're going to prove to me that there's a contradiction with Mr. Curl's statement. You'd better have at least a shred of evidence to back up your accusations. I've got one shot at this. I've got to be careful. I understand, Your Honor. One chance is all I will need. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure I know what I have to do here. He was wearing it the entire time. This is a lie. Mo, be honest. Ow! You promised, Mr. Phoenix Wright, no more badgering. Hope you enjoy this penalty. Damn it, excuse me, I'm the one handing out the pen. Ow! Witness, continue with your testimony. You're not going to whip me too, are you? Maybe after court, if you're into that kind of thing. But isn't it kind of pointless if you only whip me after court? No, this is bad. And I meant to present, not press. This wouldn't happen to be the silk hat you saw that night, would it? Yep, that's it. That's the hat he was wearing that night. No question in your mind. Exactly how would one mistake a thing like that? I see. Is there some sort of problem, Mr. Wright? Miss Von Karma, where exactly was the silk hat found? Must you always ask these questions? It was found at the crime scene. The crime scene, that means... The silk hat fell off at the crime scene. However, the witness clearly testified to the contrary. The witness stated that he was wearing it the entire time he was on the scene. No, that's not true! Order, order, order! Yes, Your Honor. What is the meaning of all this? You are old enough to know better than to behave like this in court. Hey, that's just not right. That's so harsh. What's not right here is your eyesight and your memory, amongst other things. What Why are you being so mean to me? What did I do? You committed perjury, asshole! Let me guess. You just didn't like my jokes or something, right? You didn't have to go and insult my eyesight or my memory. They're both great. Seriously, why? Just because you're sitting above me doesn't mean... And no matter how I get, I'll always be younger than you... Enough of these childish outbursts, Mr. Curls. Who do you think you are? I saw him. I swear I saw him. It was Max. Even if he didn't have his roses, he was still wearing his dumb silk hat. I'm telling the truth. He's turned into a bratty little kid. It's pitiful, isn't it? He left the scene wearing that dumb silk hat. He was there. He left the scene? What's the matter, Nick? There's something I've been mulling over for a while now. Mo, what do you want? You just said that he left the scene. Exactly how did the murderer leave the scene of the crime? What? He went... What do you mean, how did he leave the scene? You can't ask me that. Mr. Phoenix Wright is badgering the witness, Your Honor. This witness's testimony is so full of holes, Miss Karma's protest is useless. You've got a point. Let's hear what the witness has to say on this matter. Is that all right with you, little guy? Don't talk to me like I'm a little baby. Get him, Your Honor. Besides, what kind of stupid question is how did he leave the crime scene? The answer's obvious. He just turned around and walked away. That's what I expected you'd say. You sure that's how it happened? 'Cause that would only knock a massive hole in Franziska's already Swiss cheese testimony. Say what? Huh? I'm not sure I know exactly where you're going with this. Lawyers nowadays sure do love to harp on the smallest things. Do you have any proof to counter his story as to how the criminal left the scene? Yes, I believe we do. We have a photo of the crime scene. Take that! Look at this photograph. The problem is the footprints in the snow. Footprints. In this photo, we can clearly see footprints of the victim. However, where are the criminal's footprints? They aren't there. Ay, 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 ay! So, Mo, exactly how did the criminal escape the scene? Your Honor, this witness has already proven that his testimony is completely unreliable. I move to strike all of this witness's testimony from the court record. Yeah, Phoenix! I agree! This clown's testimony is as rickety as the clown car he came to court in. Ha! Oh, the roasts! Oh, the roasts. Oh, the bloody roasts. That would appear to be the case, Vidinsis. Or else he hid in the box. Wait just a second. You guys can't just ignore everything I've said. Fine, fine, I'll tell you the truth this time. You wait a second. I think you've said more than enough for today. That didn't hurt. I'm sick and tired of listening to you anyways. I'll give you the real deal this time, I swear. I don't know why, but I get the feeling things are going to get worse before they get better. Mr. Lawrence Curls, yes? The testimony you provided up to now has been false. Hasn't been false, I haven't lied, it's just what? It's just I was a bit confused on the bit about the criminal leaving the scene. Oh, now we walk it back. Especially since Von Karma and her whip told me not to talk about what I really saw. Oh, and we're going to ignore that. Order, order, I will have order. Franziska Von Karma, how could you? Your Honor, if you had heard the truth from this witness, you would have exactly the same opinion as I have. What opinion is that? It's not funny. That's enough out of you. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. Now then, let's hear the truth about what you say you saw, Mr. Curls. Ha, you're not going to believe this, but it's all true, I tell you. Try not to waste our time with your idiotic drivel. The truth. Now it's time for our next segment, Mo Knows. Everything that I've said up to now has been the truth. When I looked out the window, the ringmaster was down and Max was standing above him. He wasn't wearing his white roses, but he was wearing the silk hat. That's when I saw he... This is the truth now, get ready for it. He flew. He jumped up and flew through the air. He flew right off and disappeared into the darkness. That's why there were no footprints. Flying people don't leave footprints. This is dumb, Tucker. I told you it wasn't funny. Do you believe me now? That doesn't even begin to excuse the fact that this guy just committed half an hour of perjury. Well, that was, how do you put this into words? Maximilian Galactica is a world-class magician. But to leave the scene of a crime by flying, there's no way that actually happened. You're right. Why is she right? You believe the other witnesses. Why won't you believe me? Especially since it's the best part of the story. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of a flying criminal. What do you think about this witness's testimony, Mr. Wright? This is all a dream, right? Right now, I can't believe any of this. I'm not even sure if this day hasn't been some kind of Kafka-esque dream. Yeah! Now this is the kind of writing I'm talking about. Ow! Now do you think it's still a dream, huh, Mr. Phoenix Wright? That too, Aroda-san. Suppose I will let you all in on my thinking regarding this matter. The criminal disappeared into the sky. I'd love to believe that. But I just can't wrap my head around how that could actually happen. You imbecile! If you disregard a need for proof, Ms. Von Karma's case is sound. However, I've got the feeling that this case is in dire need of more investigation. Thus, I will conclude today's proceedings at this point. It's an undisputed fact that the criminal left no footprints at the scene. Tomorrow, I want us to find out the reasons behind this mystery of mysteries. I believe that's enough for today. Court is adjourned. Yeah! Now that's the judge I wish we would see a little more of. Ugh. Hey, sweeties, what in the world is going on? That's what I want to know. They say the criminal flew off into the air and disappeared. Max, I can't believe I'm asking this, but you didn't fly that night, did you? I know you didn't mean to ask me such a fabulously stupid question. I can't fly whenever I please, it's not that easy. But it looks so effortless for you on stage. It's not that simple. I'm not actually flying on stage. I use invisible wires and have them hoist me up through the air. Wow, you just told me the secret to your magic. No, I broke the first rule, the cardinal rule, the only rule. I'm sorry, Max. We made you break a magician's creed never to reveal the secret to their tricks. Nick, what do we do now? What we can do now is hope we find the flying criminal in court tomorrow. Great idea. Let's do our best and catch this sucker. That's what I meant, Kritzers, when I said that it's not revolutionary, but it's a good, solid, all-around experience, you know? It sure has, Rocket Head. Wright & Co. law offices. Nick, what is it? Got a confession to make. I'm terrible at figuring out magic tricks. Magic tricks? Yeah, magic tricks are by their very definition tricks, right? But I can never figure out the tricks when I see them. That's because the tricks are performed by pros. They do it so you can't guess the trick. But the trick Pearly showed me was incredible. Pearls did a magic trick? Huh, what kind of trick was it? Let's see, it looked like she pulled the end of her own thumb off. Heh. First she put her right thumb next to her left hand, then it just separated. She could move it up and down and everything. It was incredible. Really, was it kind of like this? What? How? Wow, how'd you do that, Nick? You're like a real magician. Oh, I'm splooshing everywhere. See, this is why I just can't figure out magic. I'm no good at it. Says the girl who does actual magic for a living by channeling the souls of the dead. Little bit of cognitive dissonance going on here. Especially hard tricks like flying away from the scene of a murder. You'll take all the fun out of magic if you keep trying to figure it out. Well, that's great. I don't see any way out of this. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's no way we can solve the mystery of a criminal flying by tomorrow. I was thinking, do you really think the criminal flew through the air? The only one who thinks that is Mo, right? He says he saw it. That's true. Well, it could have been a balloon in that costume. Mo looked awfully serious when he said that. No, he didn't. You think he might be trying to frame Max? I think he and, Ben are in cahoots. I think they're colluding on this. If that was it, he would have simply said, I saw Max. That would have been enough. There's no reason why anyone would believe he flew. What if the criminal really did fly? There's only one person who could do that, Max. And obviously he couldn't do that without the invisible wires. You're really not helping my confidence here, Maya. Everyone seems to hate Max. Ben, Trilo, Mo, they all have nothing nice to say. That magician does seem rather full of himself, doesn't he? Especially when he says things like customers only go to the circus to see him. He even hit Ben over the head with a bottle. But what? But that doesn't seem enough to frame another person for murder. And it was proven that neither Ben nor Mo lied on the stand. What are you talking about? It was proven that neither Ben nor Mo lied on the stand. Mo spouted nothing but lies. Maybe Ben saw the ringmaster wearing Max's costume, but Mo clearly said that he saw Max himself. Alright, well, let's go to the detention center and talk to Max, maybe. Oh, my sweeties. You mind hurrying up and getting me out of this place? We're doing our best, Max. Just hang in there. A little while ago, some people from a local TV station came by. And since I'm a famed magician, they said, let's make you your very own TV special. Really? What kind of TV Oh, I don't like where this is going. Maximilian Galactica, the great prison escape. It would be aired live. Hey, that sounds like it would be an awesome special. But if I do the special before I'm acquitted, they'll never let me out of here for real. Well, it would surely be an unnecessary addition to your troubles with the law. That's what I was thinking, but the production staff is already working on the show. If you don't get me out quick, I'll have no choice but to stage a real prison break. You seem awfully calm about that possibility. I'd have no choice. It would be a contractual obligation. That's show business. Why would you sign that contract before you're acquitted? Moron. The night of the crime. You didn't happen to fly off into the sky, did you? Here is how everything went down, sweetie. The time of the murder, I was sitting in the ringmaster's room. Not to mention, flying off into the sky is not just something I can do at will. I don't care what the stoogey clown says, it wasn't me. Max, do you mind teaching me the trick behind flying? You'll have to forgive me, sweetie. The difference between me and cheap imitation magicians is that I keep my mouth shut. Except you already revealed it. I don't teach people tricks, but I will say this much, it's much harder than you think. I was thinking about this in court today. I've got a favor to ask of you. Ah, yes, Chisel, it's called deliberately losing the trial. Anything for you, sweetie? Be friends with the other performers in the circus. Fabulous, a great joke. Why would I be friends with a bunch of hacks like them? But I've won on the world stage. I've won the International Grand Prix. International Grand Prix? Performers should always look to perform on the world stage. But the performers at this circus are completely and utterly devoid of ambition. That is something that I can simply not tolerate. Ambition, huh? Something about what Max just said rings true to my ears. Grand Prix? What the hell? Oh my sweeties want to hear all about the Grand Prix, don't they? To be honest, though, I've told this story like 100 times already, so it's a bit boring. We're sorry to make you tell it again. You must not have heard me. I am really sick of telling this story. But what can you do? Maximilian Galactica, I suppose I can tell it again. Voila, here, take a look at this. I just happen to have a picture from the Grand Prix with me. What is it about showgirls wearing bunny ears? How the hell did that become so popular? Hugh Hefner was really ahead of his time. Just look at that fabulous stage. That is the first stage that I ever flew on. I flew right over the audience. Crowd erupted into applause. At the time, I thought to myself that I could die right then and be a happy man. I'll never forget how I felt that night. The emotions, the acclaim. Wow. By the way, I think everyone who is a performer should get to experience that feeling. I just wish I could explain that to the other people in the circus. That's incredible, Max. I want a trophy too. Hey Nick, how about you buy me a trophy? That's not how you earn a trophy, Maya. My sweeties, you can have this picture of my triumph. Just make sure you show it to all the other members of the circus. Look and learn. That's what you should tell them. Yeah, learn how to get thrown in jail. I don't know what we're ever going to do with this photo, but... Well, they're definitely a thing in Japan, Badinsis, but I think that might be separate. Because cat girls are also a thing in Japan. Probably even more than bunny girls are. Oh, it was around long before the 80s, Dandy Wizard. Playboy magazine began as, I think, a magazine called Stag? And that goes back to the 60s or 70s, if I remember correctly. Hef was doing that for a long, long time. Alright, well, I guess there's probably not much else we can do here. So I guess we'll head to the circus. You hear that? It sounds like two people arguing. Alright, let's do it. Are you ready? Yes? Wait. Quit your whining! Let's just give this a shot already. Alright, let's go. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. What are you doing? Gently down the stream. Come on, you know that. I'm trying my best, but Trilo, this just isn't going to work. You enjoy saying dumb things, you're going to have to be on your own someday. You can't handle something as simple as this, what are you going to do then? Hello, Ben. Hello to you too, Trilo. What are you doing here? Can't you see we're on a secret crash... What? Secret crash training course? I'm sorry. Secret crash training? Whoa. Yes, Trilo wouldn't give up until I said we'd try out his idea for a new routine. So we were trying to sing in a round for our new ventriloquism act. In a round? You can really do that? That's incredible. See, even they're surprised by the idea. I told you. They're not the only ones. You even surprised me with your idea. Once we've got a grip on the basics, then it's just a matter of practice. You think so? Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to give this back to you. Ah, there it is. Now that I've got this ring back, it's time to take one more shot at Regina. Maybe we shouldn't have given him that. Hey, Lavitz, welcome! Oh, I'm pretty sure they're going to do a pretty spectacular job of that already, Swordinary Guy. I know that you already testified in court today. You want to talk about what we saw, right? Yes. Well, at first we thought it was the old man. Just looking at his walk and how he acted, right, Ben? Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. But then we said hello and didn't even get a reply. Not to mention he was draped in those gaudy symbols. Why would you have thought if he wasn't wearing those... What would you have thought if he wasn't wearing those symbols? Ah, what do you think, Ben? What? Oh, I would have thought it was the Ringmaster. Something just isn't adding up here. I wonder who they really saw. I was hoping I could ask you about Regina. I'm completely serious about her. That's why I'm waiting for her even now. Really? That's so sweet. If you really wanted to see Regina, shouldn't you check out the tent? Ah, you haven't got a clue about things, do you, sweetheart? Eh? Waiting like this is part of being in love. How so? You had a clue, you would know that waiting is such sweet, wonderful torture. Your body aches for your partner's love, that's one of the best parts. Yeah, no. Poor Maya, she's so red she looks like a vine-ripe tomato. There's something that makes me incredibly uncomfortable about comparing an 18-year-old girl to a ripe anything, especially a tomato. So how is this new routine working out? Will you two just take a chill pill already? Our routines are secret. We're gonna take the ventriloquism world by storm. It'll be a real revolution. That sounds incredible. But let me make one thing clear. We're not going to take on the world just because that jerk said we should. That jerk? Max Galactica. A former name for the world. Who does he think he is? Trilo, you seem to be really fired up about all this. He needs to realize that he isn't the only one who can conquer the world's stage. You're right, you're right. Mark my words, I, Trilo Quist, will win the Grand Prix. You're the man now, doll. Row, row, row your boat will be the key to a glorious victory. Not to rain on your parade, but wouldn't a more mature song be best? Hey, you've got to start somewhere, right? Yeah, with a more mature song, or just a better routine? Don't screw this up, you've got to be a part of this too. God, get me out of here. Oh, hey, Gumshoe is here. I believe Regina is 16, Iggy. We can actually check that. Yes, 16 years old. Max is 21, and Ben is 31. And Mo is 46, despite acting like a big baby. Oh, it's you two. You look like you just got hit by a truck. Shouldn't you get some rest? I'm taking a rest right now, pal. I've been listening to some crazy clown's life story. Miss Von Karma told me to come down here and do this for her. Yeah, I figured as much. Let me tell you something, pal. Listening to that old clown sucks all your energy. Every time he's done talking, he looks at you like you should be doing something. I think he's waiting for you to laugh at his jokes. I know that, pal. You have any idea how much your face hurts if you fake laughing that much? Franziska really set you up bad this time, didn't she? You ask me, she should be listening to Mo herself. No way, pal. You're not going to get me to backbite a woman with a whip. No way. Why are you defending her? Prosecutor Von Karma's always got her eyes on us. And every time you definitely don't want her to show up, poof, there she is. Don't show up, don't show up, don't show up, don't show up, don't show up. Looks like she's wound him up pretty tight. She's directly above us as we speak. How's that possible? According to the clown, the culprit jumped from here and disappeared into the sky. That's what happened. It means the killer passed right by this window, pal. Oh, I see. Who lives in that room behind the window up there? The acrobat's got his room up on the 3rd floor, it seems. Pretty soon, Miss Von Karma's gonna start her investigation up there. So don't get any ideas of going up to the acrobat's room. Got it, pal? Oh, gee. I wonder where we have to go now. Franziska Von Karma. Ishida, you shut your disrespectful young mouth. Because Japan, Oroda-san. Once she's done with her investigation, I think I'll go up there and check it out. Actually, I think I'll go up there and check it out now. Nah, Bedinsis, that kimono is actually fairly warm. Mo's not here. If he was here, you would have been able to tell even before you stepped into this room. Sure you would have heard him laughing away. What do you think he's laughing at when he's all by himself? The gaping void in his heart, probably. I always thought he was just thinking up new jokes. He must really love his work. Okay, well... Is there anywhere we haven't been? The Big Top? Huh? Where's Regina? I don't know. But if she's with that tiger, I don't want to find out. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Heh, Nick, you're kind of a chicken, aren't you? No, I'm just allergic to wild tigers. I mean, most people are, in some sense. What about the cafeteria? Oh! Ah, right, welcome to the wonderful, the fabulous, the cafeteria. Yikes, he's in an awfully good mood. Right, you know what time it is, riddle time. Why does everyone cry when they eat Mexican pizza? Come on, you can answer this, it's easy. Because cafeteria Mexican pizza is possibly a weapon of bowel destruction. Yes! Yes, Phoenix is correct. Buzz, wrong. Try again. Okay. What do you think, girly? I got it. Okay, what's your answer? Because they're in the cafeteria. Exactly, it's an incredibly sad I'm an incredibly sad Twitch broadcaster right now. Now I remember why I took a break from this game. I did it! What's going on? He's being too nice. Today's been a really crazy day, hasn't it? You're telling me I didn't think it was going to be so tough. Tough? Yeah, it was a tough crowd. That's what you call a crowd that refuses to laugh. For instance, it was such a tough crowd this morning, I had to smash watermelons. Huh. I told them all a great story and even greater jokes, but no one busted out laughing. You even used the famed no shirt, no shoes, no service joke. Exactly, how can you not laugh at stunning comedy like that? Well, you could be alive. You 100% sure about your testimony today? I saw what I saw, I swear, that creep just flew through the air. Wasn't exactly flying per se, it was more like floating. The silhouette of his face made me positive it was Max. I don't see a psych lock, he must be telling the truth. Well, crap! Weren't we supposed to show everybody the Grand Prix photo? That's what Max told us to do. Ah, not this picture. He showed it to you guys too? Huh? You've seen it as well? Well, you know what they say about Maximilian Galactica. He really gets around. Ah. Oh yeah! He didn't just show me the picture. What do you mean? He showed me his bust, too. Let me tell you, that thing is enormous. It's in the picture, I think. He'd make us worship it every day. He made us bow to his greatness. He's got a big bust? Wouldn't mind hearing more about Max's bust. Not that I'm into that sort... Oh yeah, sure. Oh no, the heteros win again. Christ. Max's bust. Max's bust should be on that small table over there. There's nothing over there. Really? Oh yeah. When was it? I'd say about 5 days ago, all of a sudden, the bust disappeared. It disappeared? If you want to see it, there's a photo on the bulletin board over there. Max just had to put the picture up. Hey, this thing is really cool. Nick, I want someone to make a bust of me. Sure, as long as I'm not paying for it. Aww. Is there anything else that's changed about this place? Nope, nothing's changed that I can see. Wonder if he's actually thinking about this or if he's setting up a bad joke. Nope, I'm drawing a blank here. A quiet Mo is a good Mo in my book, yeah. I would pay him not to make jokes. I guess there really aren't any other things that could have changed, huh? Well, there is this one teensy tiny thing that does seem different. Tell us! What changed? Well, on the morning of the crime, over on that bulletin board, this piece of paper was posted front and center. Piece of paper. It's torn, so I don't know what it said, but I could see its title. Yikes! Yikes, it says, "To the murderer." Murderer? Yep, that's what it says, but the rest of it has been ripped off. And I don't know who posted it. When did you find this? The morning before the murder. Before the murder? Yes, the ringmaster was killed the night after this paper was discovered. Who in the world posted this thing? Oh, look, and you can very clearly see that it's written in kanji. Posted in the cafeteria on the day of the crime, then torn. States, "To the murderer." Nick, I think we'd better follow up on this important lead. Alright, maybe we should go back and show that to Max. Max, do you know anything about this note, I wonder? Do you know anything about this note? The morning of the murder, it was posted on the wall in the cafeteria. I do know all about that note. When I read it, my heart certainly skipped a beat. Your heart skipped a beat. While I was enjoying my morning tea, the ringmaster and company entered the room. And company? I guess it wasn't really a company, it was just the ringmaster and my sweetie pie. When the ringmaster read the note, he turned an incredible bright red. Oh, this was a note from Regina to her father for murdering the tiger. All of a sudden, he tore it off the wall and shoved it into the pocket of his tailcoat. Really? Out of curiosity, what in the world was written on that thing? Let's see. Uh-huh. I don't want to steal the fun from my sweeties. Go and find out on your own. I'm sure you can find it somewhere. You might also want to ask my sweetie pie princess. Okay. Alright. I guess we're going back to the circus, and we have to go find the tailcoat, which I think was in the ringmaster's room. Max and the ringmaster had their talk in this room. That could have been when the ringmaster put on Max's costume and went outside. Why'd he do that anyway? Was it really that cold or something? Alright, well... Hey, do you see that? There's a scrap of paper shoved into the pocket of the tailcoat. You know, I've got a feeling I know what that is. I bet that's the other half of the note that Mo gave us. Then let's hurry up and check this thing out, Nick. I knew it! It fits perfectly with the other piece. What does it say? What does it say? To the murderer, I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 p.m. tonight at the Lodging House Plaza. Tonight at 10 p.m.? That's when the murder took place. Now we need to find out who called out the ringmaster. Okay. Kind of pointless, isn't it? There's no way this beats Mo's room. Now that's cool. All I can hear in my head is that laugh. Yeah, welcome to the Ace Attorney series, Soragoth. Alright. Now let's go see if we've advanced the story enough to be able to go investigate the Acrobat's room. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you did a good job as usual. Well, I'm done with the investigation of the Acrobat, finally. But with Miss Von Karma... Nick, what's that? That beeping sound? It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? Every time I hear that sound, she's usually not very far behind. Some sort of pager or something? If you don't mind, pal, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here, quick. See ya, pal. Oh, he pissed off in a hurry. Didn't know that Gumshoe could run that fast. So much for being a flatfoot. Never seen a grown man so afraid of a girl still in her teens. Well, she's one very messed up girl, we'll put it that way. Oh, let's go inside. It's freezing out here. The wind's as biting as... Ow! It's biting as lashes from a whip. Oh! Von Karma! She really did show up. It was a real battle today in court, wasn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You have to jump out and scare us like that? What can I do for you? Tomorrow will be the day my dream finally comes true. Oh, you mean that tired old story of my defeat at your hands making the national news? Ah, national news, you possess such a small sense of scale. The global news, Mr. Phoenix Wright, your miserable plight will be known internationally. I think she might be overestimating the importance of a win by just a smidge. Miss Von Karma, it appears you got your hands onto something big, huh? I'm amazed you picked up on that much. Anyone could. You couldn't hide that look of victory with 10 paper bags on your head. Got conclusive evidence and a conclusive witness. Need any more hints? A conclusive witness. You must mean the acrobat, right? I'm putting in the summons for him to be called as a witness as we speak. It's the final nail in your coffin, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yeah, I get it already. You want to beat and destroy me. I can't worry about her. I've got to try and find out more information myself. Revenge. Why do you keep giving Nick the evil eye? Doesn't matter if you prove the defendant guilty tomorrow. Nothing will be able to bring your dad... Bring him back from where? He's not dead. He's just in prison. Because he committed a crime. My dad? You must mean the esteemed Manfred von Karma. Of course, your dad. I know you miss him. Enough out of you. One more word and you'll get a mouthful of whip. Now, when did I ever bring up my papa's name in this or any other conversation? Huh? Then what's this revenge thing you're talking about? You wouldn't understand, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I have to see him again one more time. Him! I'm sure you know to whom I refer. Miles Edgeworth. What? Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth? What about him? Miles Edgeworth, why would you even bring him up? You haven't forgotten, have you? You know who it was that trained the gifted prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth? Manfred von Karma. Exactly right, it was my papa. That means that Edgeworth was... right again. Miles was like a little brother to me. Huh? Little brother? But Edgeworth and Nick are the same age. Edgeworth? The man who inspired me to become an attorney. I fought against him in a few cases. And he helped us out in a few others, actually. But a little after that case was over, he vanished. It's your fault he's gone. Huh? It's the truth, isn't it, Mr. Wright? Nick, what does she mean? Edgeworth's death. Edgeworth was never quite the same after that case. And then, with the case after that one, he never set foot into court again. And then one day he just vanished. All he left was a simple note at the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. That was 1 year ago. It was a few months after you left to go back home. Mr. Edgeworth killed himself? In a Japanese game? No! I don't believe it. He's still alive, I'm sure of it. Somewhere in this world, he's still alive. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. Of course he did. You ruined his reputation as a prosecutor. You effectively killed the prosecutor in him. Just like your victory muddied the honorable name Von Karma. I'm going to find him. And then I'm going to teach him his rightful place with my own two hands. Nick, about Mr. Edgeworth. Maya, I already told you this once. Don't make me do it again. Don't bring up his name in front of me again, okay? Nick? Ms. Von Karma. What? I don't know if you're God's gift to prosecutors or not, but I've had about enough of you. Him too. What in the world happened? Huh. This dog is all bark and no bite. He's already been defeated. Regardless, I have nothing to inform you two today. Tomorrow will be the greatest courtroom battle this country has ever seen. This is actually making Phoenix look like the asshole here. Hey, Monotone, welcome! Yeah, no, and we know he's not dead, Tucker, because he shows up in his own series of games later. So they were just making a big deal about a figurative death. And of course, ironically, it was Von Karma, of all people, who finally elucidated the truth for us. But what just transpired is making Phoenix seem like the jerk here. Oh, Edgeworth's dead. That must mean we need to pretend he never existed. Never bring him up in front of me again. Let's go. We need to talk with the performer on the 3rd floor. I'm sorry I brought it up, Nick. Wow! So that's Acro, huh? You must be Phoenix Wright. Yes? Pleased to meet you. I'm Ken Dingling? Oh no. Oh no, that last name. But here at the circus, everyone just calls me Acro. Mr. Acro. How do you know my name? The detective told me. He said you'd definitely show up here. Acro, you're a member of this circus as well. That's right, I mainly performed on the tightrope or the flying trapeze. Nowadays, all I perform in is my wheelchair. I feel bad for this guy. Okay. Acro, why did you join the circus? When I was a kid, my parents failed miserably at business. Then one night they decided to run away from it all. Without me. Wow! The only person who was willing to take my parents' place was the ringmaster. The ringmaster took such incredible care of me. He was truly a lifesaver. Seems like the ringmaster was truly a saint. He was. That's why I decided to do something very important. I decided that I would devote my entire life to finding a way to repay him. And now look how someone repaid him for all the good in his life. It's such a shame. Sometimes I think that he was almost too kind. Perhaps he was too kind to his performers. Perhaps he was too kind to his daughter. I wonder if he spoiled Regina. Regina is so cute. She's truly a princess. Truly a princess. Are you sure that's a good thing? Do I detect a hint of a grudge against Regina? I'm sorry to ask, but why are you in a wheelchair? The nerves in my legs were badly damaged, and you can't walk now. I can't even stand now. And since I live on the 3rd floor, I can't even leave this building by myself. That's awful. The accident happened during an acrobatics session, right? Oh, okay. Alright. Cyclox? Doesn't seem like Acro's injuries were acrobatic in nature. What's on your mind, Mr. Wright? Well, exactly when were you injured? It's been almost 6 months since I was hurt. I injured my legs during practice. 6 months ago. Oh, Bone! Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Mr. Nuage. What in the world went on at this circus, then? I stopped by yesterday and noticed that you weren't in your room. I was at the hospital all day yesterday. Ah, you went there for rehabilitation. What about the murder? Of course I knew about it. I spoke with the police before they allowed me to go to the hospital. Before I got the call from the prosecutor, I was convinced that it was all a dream. Huh? I just couldn't believe it when I saw what I saw. What you saw? Geez, that sounded really ominous. What did you see? That night, I was in bed sleeping when I heard a huge sound coming from below my window. I see. The scene of the crime was right below your window. That's when I looked out the window. What did you see? He was flying straight up into the air. He? Maximilian Galactica. What? That's what I thought he'd say. You're absolutely positive that it was Max you saw flying. I'm absolutely sure, there's no doubt in my mind. Nick. The only way this could have happened is if it were a balloon dressed in Max's outfit. Rocks with hats don't fly, Haretsu. Alright, well, it seems as though the shadow of suspicion now falls on Regina. I had a feeling from the very beginning it was going to come back to her. Rrrr. Got a bad feeling about this. Rrrr. Rrrr. Ah! Wonderful. Today's special must be Phileo Phoenix. Amazing. Stay! Stay! Heal! Oh, Maya! Nick! It's you guys! I'm sorry, I guess I made a mistake. A mistake? Yeah, a little one. I was thinking of teaching whatever primate was out there a lesson. But I was expecting more of a monkey than a human. A monkey? Oh, she was getting ready to sick the tiger on someone else who came for her. It's a pity about what happened to the ringmaster. Dad? Everyone loved him, didn't they? He must have been quite a man. He was. I love my dad so much. I hate to say it, but she doesn't seem all that broken up about her father. That's why I feel so lonely, now that I won't be able to see him for a while. For a while? Yeah. When Leon died, I talked with my dad, and he told me that when someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. A star? That means that my dad is looking down on me from the sky. That's why I love the night so much. I can see everyone who's gone. When someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. That's kind of sweet, and also it's a load of crap. But I bet you there's no way that Maya believes that. What do you mean there's no way I believe that? Do you think that one day I'll be a star too? Of course! You really think so? Yeah, you will, I think. I've got a feeling that everyone is doing great up there in the sky. I wonder if everything's alright with Regina. Yeah, she gives the impression of maybe having something repressed. I'm worried about this kid. Alright, what about Money the Monkey? Just to go back and clear something up, why'd you want to teach Money a lesson? Because he's a meanie. He's got something that means a lot to me. Something that means a lot to you. Must be something shiny, right? Actually, it's a stage costume. It's got lots of spangles. It's really beautiful. You should see it. You should? When the costume gets hit by the spotlight, it dazzles. Hey, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you saw that monkey, you'd get my costume back for me, wouldn't you? It's really important to me. Oh! Gladly, but of course, I'll get it for you. Sure! But thou must. Leave it all up to us. Guess there's no turning down that request. Hey, Khajiit, good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, but where would the wires be coming from outside, Tucker? Yay, you're really gonna do it? Okay, also, I think there might be something we have to show her. What about this note? Regina, have you ever seen this before? I know what this is. Really? Well, it was in my pocket for a while. It was in your pocket? This piece of paper was in your pocket? I guess I noticed it was there around breakfast time. Breakfast time? Yeah, I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning. That's when I also take out the trash in his room. Then I'd go to the cafeteria and eat my own breakfast. That's when you realized the piece of paper was in your pocket? Yeah, but since I'm not a murderer, I just figured it belonged in someone else's pocket. And then what? I wondered if the person who lost it was in trouble, so... You didn't put it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria, did you? I did. I stuck it up there. How'd you know? So it was Regina who put it up there. When did this happen? The morning of the murder, I think. That explains a lot. I wonder who wrote this. Found in Regina's pocket on the morning of the crime. To the murderer, you haven't forgotten what happened 6 months ago, have you? I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 p.m. tonight at the Lodging House Plaza. Okay, so our persons of interest now are Acro and Regina. So, it seems as though Acro or Money would have put this in Regina's pocket. Especially since it appears that Acro has some kind of grudge. I wonder if Regina is responsible for Acro's accident. Oh, this is getting really ominous. Yes, Tucker. The lion did die 6 months ago as well. So some kind of accident appears to have happened. It might just be that Regina set the lion to attack Acro. There are a number of things that could have happened, but I'm worried about this. Hello, Ann Sparks Gaming. Welcome. How are you doing? Alright, well, we told her we'd go get the stage costume. And she said that the monkey took it, so that means we'd have to go to the lodging house. Acro's room? That is incredibly well made. It's almost like a maid made it up. And the laundry on top is perfectly full. There's nothing unusual about that. It's how things are supposed to be. Can't a man respect another man for doing something said man cannot do? Well, this explains why a maid is doing his laundry. He's got a barbell. Look around. Everything he's got is for upper body training. Wait a sec. These are the same machines I see on TV all the time. Hey, Nick. What? I don't have this one. This barbell here is a new model. Don't overdo it, Maya. You don't want to end up a muscle woman. Maybe you do. Hey, it's a monkey calendar. Acro must really love monkeys. Ah, wait a minute. There are smudges on the floor over here. Money must use this to swing around on. Go ahead, Nick. I know you want to ride on it too. Maybe later. Ew, it's a huge pile of trash. One man's trash is another monkey's treasure. I guess you're right. Look, they're all shiny things. He's even got a motorcycle tailpipe. What do they call this thing? Oh, a tuba, right? Of course it's a tuba, silly. You didn't know that? Hey, it's a picture of Regina. Well, she is a shining beauty. No objections here. You can see the big top from the window here. There's no snow on top of the big top. Kind of weird, don't you think? The inside of the tent is warm, so any snow that lands on top probably melts. I guess you're right. The snow probably just slides right off. Yeah, I have to think that somebody took one of the balloons from the from the top of the tent and hung Max's stuff on it. Well, it doesn't appear that the costume is in this room. So, maybe Moe's room? I don't know why the monkey would bring it here. Oh, but there is an event. Moe's not here. What's that? I hear something. Stop it, Nick, you're scaring me. Oh, no. Nick, it's money! That monkey's holding something. That's it, that's the thing that means a lot to Regina, remember? Alright, time to take on this monkey, attorney style. Attorney style? Oh god. Give it back, monkey brain! That means a lot to Regina. A real man wouldn't make a girl cry. Yikes! Ugh! I tried to have a man-to-man talk with him, I really did. You know, man-to-man isn't really accurate. It was more man-to-primate. Nick, I swiped it while Money was distracted. Wow, you're really on the ball today, Nick. Let me see it, let me see it. You can see it's fine from where you are. You know what I mean? I really want to try on Regina's costume. Maybe then they'll take you in at the circus, and I can get some peace and Ouch, Phoenix, damn! What's the matter now? It doesn't fit me at all. Oh well, guess it's time for you to lay off the burger. Oh, Phoenix! Phoenix! Not to mention, it doesn't look like something any girl I know would actually wear. Give that poor woman a bucket of water. She's literally burning now. A shiny spangled vest. It's not Maya's size at all. Oh, we're just gonna not acknowledge that. Okay, fine. Back to Regina, then. This case has just gone way off the rails. Alright. Here you go, Regina. Yay, thank you! You really got it back for me! Don't mention it. I love you, Mr. Attorney. Blush. It's nothing. No wonder guys melt to mush in front of this girl. Yeah, those big Animu eyes, man. That the weebs just go nuts for them. Hey, Regina! That costume is yours, right? I tried it on, but it didn't fit me. Huh? This costume? This isn't mine. It was Leon's. Leon's? You know, the lion she told us about. Oh, the one that someone killed. Oh, do we have... Yeah, what about Leon? Wow, look at that stock photo! He was killed, wasn't he? That's right, my dad killed him. Why? Well, Leon did something really bad during practice. Oh, he attacked Acro. During practice? Leon was sitting down, and then he opened his mouth, you know. Usually when he did that, I would put my head into his mouth. Wait, you put your head into a lion's mouth? I sure did. The people in the crowd always loved seeing me do that. They'd always start screaming. You sure they were screaming because they loved seeing you do that? Anyways, what was the bad thing? Oh yeah, Leon bit someone during that practice. Ah, Regina, everything was alright though, right? No, it wasn't alright. That was the problem. My dad was incredibly angry. And that's when Leon... Yeah, that's when he became a star and... Oh, they euthanized him because he attacked a performer. It had to have been Acro. So he's up there hanging out with Harambe right now. Great. Poor thing. The animal shows lion. Shot by the ringmaster 6 months ago for biting a performer. Okay, now the truth comes out. Well, Khajiit, there seems to be a hint that Regina might have ordered Leon to attack Acro. Because we found a piece of evidence that suggests... Well, I'll let you read it in a moment. We found a note that was slipped into Regina's pocket, apparently by Acro, which reads, "To the murderer. You haven't forgotten what happened 6 months ago, have you? I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 p.m. tonight at the Lodging House Plaza." Sword Guy, it's about the same as Draco the Dragon or any of that other stuff. Oh, I don't remember Hedgehog. The tiger isn't really an important character. We can just call him Tony. That's fine, right? Leon was the lion, Sugar Crow, not the tiger. Ugh. Alright. Well, okay, Alright, well, where to now? Oh, something is happening here. Something smells fantastic. So we know it can't be Mo. Wait, I know what it is. It's burgers. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Bistro du Cirque, also known as the cafeteria. It smells so good in here. And those burgers look great. She's drooling like she's some sort of crazed burger monster. I mean, she is some sort of crazed burger monster, let's be honest. My burgers are the best. Juicy meat, toasted buns, special sauce. They're absolutely irresistible to anyone with a hankering for a burger. One bite will send you into hamburger heaven. I bet, I can tell by the smell. Well, I'm getting hungry too. Those burgers must have some kind of special power. Yeah, it's the cocaine they found in the ringmaster's locked box. Alright. Now that the ringmaster is gone, what are you gonna do? That's all I've thought about the past 2 days. Everyone loved Russell. You've heard Acro's story, haven't you? Like how he was adopted when he was younger? He's calmed down a bit now, but he was livid when he heard about the murder. Acro was so upset that he said he couldn't go on. He was that upset? Yes, he was. Anyways, I gave it some thought. Maybe I should give up on trying to be a half-baked clown. I've been thinking of trying on the ringmaster's shoes. What, really? Max would still be an issue, though. Max? He may be a bit mean and hard to work with, but it's hard to argue his importance. He's probably the reason the circus is still around. A lot of what he says is right. Mo, all that's left is to see if everyone can get over the tragedy. You know, the tragedy? You know, what is he talking about? Get over it? Get over what tragedy, Mo? Huh? Don't worry about it, it's nothing, nothing at all. He must mean the tragic death of the ringmaster, right? Yes, that's it, you're right. Yeah, I don't think that's what he really means. Dang, 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 correctamundo. Doesn't he mean ding? Mo, I mean no disrespect here, but are you lying to us? No, not at all. What makes you think that? Just the way you said if everyone can get over the tragedy seemed a bit strange. Sounded like you were talking about something from a long time ago. Eek, 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 eek. Mo, I'm right, aren't I? Oh, alright. So now we're getting closer to the truth. It was about 6 months ago. It was just a little accident. Give me a break. Us old men have accidents. I wear big pants for a reason. Oh. 6 months ago, eh? Something tragic appears to have happened 6 months ago. And so help me, we are going to find out what. I think we should have enough. There are 2 locks, and I can think of at least 2 pieces of evidence. Mo, please tell us what happened 6 months ago. What in the world went on at this circus? Okay, there's no need to look so scary when you ask me. Hey, look over there, some juicy burgers, let's eat instead. Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man myself. You know, I agree with Phoenix on this. I do like a good burger, but give me a nice crispy grilled chicken sandwich. With lettuce, tomatoes, onions, some nice cheese. Hell, add a little bit of bacon. Actually, I've kinda got an idea of what happened back then. Huh? Mo, you said something about an accident. This wouldn't happen to be the cause of that accident, would it? Wait a minute, hang on. Where is he? There he is. I heard a little bit about it from Regina. Leon made a mistake during a practice, right? How did you... I told them so many times, you shouldn't be doing such dangerous acts. Like putting her head inside Leon's mouth, right? Yeah, but Regina believed in Leon. She believed so strongly that the ringmaster went along. He never could say no to her. Oh, and because he never said no to her, the accident was allowed to happen, which is how Acro got hurt, and it's why Acro has a grudge. Out of curiosity, who was bitten? Come on, Mo, don't clam up on me now. Who did Leon bite in the head? Well, I promised I wouldn't say anything. You promised. He's involved in this, too. He's involved, huh? Mo must be talking about... Is this the person you promised you wouldn't say anything? It's gotta be Acro, there's no one else. It must have been Acro, right? How? How'd you know? Don't worry about that, Mo. Getting to the bottom of this accident may help solve what happened to the ringmaster. No way. I need to know the truth about what happened to Russell. Please tell me what you know. I'm sorry, Acro. No, Bones! Screw you! Oh, we got healed by that! Excellent. Get over it, huh? It's just like you said, you know, the accident. Did someone die? No, but it probably would have been better if he had. Jesus. What? How would that have been better? He's still alive, but when he got bit, he suffered massive brain damage. He'll never recover from the coma that he's in. Oh! Coma? All he does now is lie in his bed at the hospital. And that's all he's ever going to be able to do. I see. How is he related to Acro? He's his brother. Ah! Huh? The person who got bit was Acro's brother. Brother? They were an acrobat team of brothers. Acro... Of course they freaking were. I knew there was going to be a bat. Cute nicknames, I thought. Anyways, they were an incredible team, cut down together in their prime. Who is Acro's younger brother? Sean Dingling. But everyone always called him Bat. He fell in love with Regina. Trying to win her love was his downfall. Everyone seems to fall in love with Regina. 6 months ago, while we were practicing, all of a sudden Bat blurts out, "Let me perform with Leon." Why'd he do that? I don't know. But that's what caused the accident. I'll never forget that moment. It was so strange. Leon had the weirdest look on his face. He was smiling. He? You mean Leon? Yeah, Leon. When he bit down, he was smiling. Woof. Some sick grin. No way. That's impossible. A smirking lion, a flying murderer. Why does it seem that it's always Mo who catches all these incredible events? Regina must have ordered Leon to kill Bat. Yeah, Ken and Sean. Swordinary Guy. And this is a Capcom game. The Ace Attorney is a Capcom series. Yeah, Haretsu, I guess. Nick, can lions smile? We never told the police about the incident. The circus would have shut down if we had. The next day, the ringmaster took Leon out and shot him with a rifle. So that's what really happened. Well, you guys were so serious, what was I supposed to do? I had to tell you. But all this truthfulness has put me in the mood for a burger. Here, you two have some pepper. Shake a, shake a, shake a. Oh, I'm suspicious about this. There he goes again, acting like his normal crazy self. Achoo. Achoo. Nice, what a wonderful sneeze. Oh, you think so? You sneeze with pepper and slip on a banana peel. That's basic clownmanship. Girlie, I know you gotta understand that. Nick, I think I'd make a good clown. Other than Regina, I've never seen a cuter sneeze. Heh heh, does Regina sneeze with pepper too? She does. Bat would always tease her with pepper. That? From my point of view, those two always looked so perfect together. They look perfect together, huh? Jesus. Alright, well, in that case, I think it might be time for us to go have a word with Acro. And actually, I have to give big ups to that damn clown for finally telling us the truth. And actually being helpful. Granted, we had to pry it out of him with a crowbar, but... Alright. Ah, Mr. Wright, back again, I see. Well, he did say, I'll be back. Wait, or was that someone else? We're back because Acro's hiding why his legs were injured. He was hurt in the accident 6 months ago. Would seem that he knows that we know. Well, it seems you got things you want to talk about, so fire away. Yeah, as a matter of fact... Still undergoing rehabilitation for my injuries. I still can't stand, but the doctors say that I'll be able to recover and walk again. Out of curiosity, what kind of accident was it again? I don't really have much more to add beyond that. Acro's hiding what really caused his accident. I keep freaking forgetting we have to do it this way. Alright, Acro. About the wheelchair. I have to ask you, how are you injured? I'm sorry, I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during practice. An accident during practice. Yes, unfortunately, acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. He's lying. If that were the real cause, he'd have no reason to keep it secret. Acro, are you really telling me that a practice accident was the cause of your injury? Are you sure you weren't injured by a lion? Leon. 6 months ago, you were attacked by the lion. That's when you were injured. He's not happy about this. I know I'm on the right track, I just need to keep going. You're saying that I was attacked by a lion. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'm an acrobat. I'm no animal tamer. If a lion was coming at me, I'd be running for the exit. Okay, maybe attacked is not the best word to be using. So let me rephrase that as battled the lion. You seem to enjoy telling jokes. Why would I decide to battle a lion? Because you had to fight it. You had to fight it to save your brother. Bat. It was a shame what happened to your brother 6 months ago. You tried to save him, didn't you? And that's how you got that terrible injury. Mo, he must have told you. Yes, we learned about Bat from Mo. But he didn't mention anything about you in regards to the accident. Suppose it was just a slip of the tongue on his part. That's how I figured it out. A slip of the tongue. Anyways, they were an incredible team, cut down together in their prime. Cut down together. That was where he slipped, and that's how I figured it out. I figured it out because Acro also got injured at the same time, so it was only logical that he'd been injured during the same incident in the same manner. You two ended up at the center of the same accident, together like always. Oh, I bet he can, Sugar Crow. Bone, what about the sound? Don't scare me like that. Did you... Yeah, you muted yourself. Yeah, right, Ultima. Hit by a clown car. He lost his clown car license, Don Quixote. Right. I don't know if you even need a license to drive a clown car. But an accident is an accident. It wasn't anyone's fault. I still haven't broken Acro's last psych lock. This must be one incredibly deep-seated secret. It wasn't anyone's fault. Do you care to explain more? Acro, I know you are still hiding something from me. Maybe someone you don't seem to like much is the reason you're being evasive. Maybe it was Regina. Regina. You always seem calm and collected until you start talking about her. Saying things like she is cruel. I don't remember him ever saying that, actually. Well done, Mr. Attorney. You've got quite the set of eagle eyes. You know, her tiger tried to attack me. Regent tried to attack... Oh, that was the tiger's name. Regent. Twice. Ha ha. He wasn't serious, I'm sure. You're not trying to insinuate that I believe she spurred on Leon to attack Bat, are you? Leon was never taught a command to attack people. Regina isn't capable of doing anything like that. Besides, Regina had no reason to want to hurt my little brother. Regina and Bat were such good friends back then. But you still hate Regina. I've got proof of it. What? What are you talking about? Oh, maybe I overdid it again. But if I can hand something over to Acro, maybe it'll... Here's proof that you had it out for Regina all along. Well, of course, it was the note. This! Where'd you get it? Regina posted it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria. Before that, it was in her pocket. I guess I noticed it was there around breakfast time. I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning. You wrote this and then you put it in her pocket. That's right, isn't it? That's right. Well done, Mr. Wright. We got him. Unlock successful. This is gonna be really interesting. My legs were injured by Leon. 6 months ago. My younger brother Bat had a dare with Regina. A dare? An absurd dare. If I can put my head inside of Leon's mouth like you do, you have to go out to the movies with me on a date. That's insane! Didn't he know how dangerous that is? We all thought he was being stupid too. But that lion was very old to begin with, and age brought with it countless experience in doing that very trick. Unfortunately, this particular time, I guess Leon wasn't ready or willing. And that's when the accident happened. He just wanted to take her out to the movies. Poor Bat. When Leon chomped down, I jumped towards him. Then Leon attacked me, and that's how I ended up... What about Bat? He's still in a coma. I went to the hospital yesterday to visit him. Ah, so it wasn't for physical therapy. I'm still waiting for him to open his eyes again, and that's the reason why I keep going. Okay. Bat and Regina. They were such great friends. Oh yeah, I wanted you to take a look at this. What is it? This is the scarf my brother was wearing when Leon attacked... Oh! Gross, it's covered in blood. This scarf, it was a present from Regina to my brother on the day of the accident. When he did it, he looked like he was smiling. He? Leon, obviously. Oh! When he bit down on Bat's head, the expression on Leon's face looked like a... Oh, the scarf! It was Pepper that was in the scarf. She made him sneeze. Nick! I know, Mo said the same thing. What do you think it all means? I'll be taking that scarf if you don't mind. No, you won't, Ms. Von Karma. I've already heard everything, so hand over the scarf. The scarf is evidence in the trial. That is for me to decide. I think we should begin our preparations now, Acro. Preparations? I've served a summons to Acro to appear in court tomorrow as a witness. Acro, we'll talk more at the prosecutor's office. Acro, a witness? Come, Acro, let's go to the office. Yes, ma'am. Now what do we do, Nick? How are we going to handle tomorrow? Do we... We were not given the scarf. Yeah, it looks like what happened is Regina gave Bat the scarf, laced with pepper, which caused Leon to sneeze when he was doing the trick, and made him accidentally bite Bat. Also, why did we just give Von Karma the freaking scarf? So either Regina put Pepper in the scarf or someone else did. The question is, who else would do that? Who would kill Bat? And why? No, Haretsu, the fact that Leon was smiling, that's what happens before a sneeze. You scrunch your face up before you sneeze, and it looks like a smile. Yeah, Tucker, it would have had to be somebody who was competing with Bat for Regina's affection. And the only person I can think of who would do that, who has been trying to frame Max for the same reason, and who has a grudge against Max for the same reason, is Ben. Don't worry about it, I'll figure something out. Look at you all full of confidence. You must have found something you can use. This is all beginning to come together now. To be continued. And we most definitely are going to continue, but we are going to save first. Good morning, Max. Oh yeah, good morning, sweeties. You don't seem like your usual sparkling self today. I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I'm working up to it. Tee-hee. Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, have a glass of milk. Regina! How fabulous! My sweetie pie princess! You came to watch my performance today. Of course I did. Mo told me that I should come and watch this. Mo said that? So what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess, you'll fly at the end? It's not that kind of show. Isn't that right, my sweeties? Huh? I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on, or even where she is. Well, Max, it looks like it's time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today I'm just a member of the audience. Fabulous! Enjoy yourself out there. Good luck, Max. You're the best. Regina's different, don't you think, Nick? Top of the morning to you. Everybody, let's get ready to get stuck in legal limbo. How low can you go? Mo. Top of the morning to you, governor. Top of the morning. That's the ticket. Attacking the day starts with energy in the morning. The early bird gets the worm, but then again, worms lack higher brain function. Here, Max, I brought you a present. Have some milk. Oh my! Thanks. So how are you today, right? Well, I've got the feeling that today I'm going to face off against the real culprit. You mean Acro? Huh? You think he did it? Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line, literally. He's got guts to spare. If all I've got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is, I'm used to it already. It just means that I won't be able to press him like I can other witnesses. What are you going to do then, Nick? I guess today we'll just have to do without our usual psychological warfare. Today we rely on evidence. It's the only way we'll get past Acro and to the truth. You're right, but it's going to be tough. Anyways, I want you to make sure that Regina sees it all today. It's important. Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father. You want us to make sure Regina watches? Yes, that's why I brought her here to court today. What's that supposed to mean? She needs to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars. I mean... I agree with Mo on this. I never thought I'd say that, but... Court is now in session for the trial of Maximilian Galactica. I don't think it's Mo, MCRMJ. If the evidence is pointing where I think it's pointing, then the specter of guilt falls squarely upon Ben Trilo. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, Ms. Von Karma, you may proceed with your case. The prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events. What's the meaning of this? We've discovered a new witness, or shall I say a new eyewitness. One that saw Maximilian Galactica fly off from the scene of the crime. Order! Order! I had a feeling something like this would come up. Due to this revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. An explanation the prosecution will present if the need so arises. In fact, my detective stayed up all night creating a mock-up of the scene on my orders. Poor Gumshoe. No, MCR, he didn't want to be ringmaster. He said that he was willing to step into the role in order to keep the circus alive. But that's only because the original ringmaster croaked. Very well, please call your witness to the stand. Time to get to work, or shall I say time to walk the courtroom tightrope. Name and occupation. Ken Dingling, but everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at the Berry Big Circus. Where were you the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. If you look at the map, you will see the witness's room is near the crime scene. My room is on the 3rd floor. The crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Would you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. It was just after 10 p.m. and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Then, a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. This witness's testimony matches up exactly with that of the clown. If that's the case, there's very little the prosecution need add. All that's left is to explain how the defendant disappeared into the sky that night. Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. A foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. A man must know the proper timing for things, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Just like your old friend, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, did. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness's testimony? In the words of Miss Von Karma, may I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. And I believe I already see a contradiction. It was Max Galactica. You only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. Is that so? The light in your room was turned off then, right? That's true. I was going to bed after all. So with the lights off, you were still able to clearly see a human fly by your window? The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see. But honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Did you see any of the other symbols? I clearly saw the silk hat as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. I'm convinced that the person I saw was Max Galactica. The more I press him, the less results I seem to get. Maybe there was something fishy with his latest bit of testimony. Yes, I think there is a contradiction here. Because the silk hat was left at the crime scene, so it couldn't possibly have been on him as he floated up and away. We established that yesterday during the proceedings. There's a contradiction, then prove it with evidence. She's right, let's see some evidence. Do you have any evidence to support your claim? Matter of fact, I do. This right here. You claim to have seen the exact same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that? What do you mean? The silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw it on Max's head as he flew by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down out of your window that night. That would have been quite difficult considering the state that I'm in. Just looking outside of the window was a tough enough challenge for me. That's a shame because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene. That's the ringmaster's hat, right? Afraid not. No matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? You saying that Max has two silk hats? No, this is a handmade, one-of-a-kind model made only for Maximilian Galactica. Which means, Acro, that you've been fibbing on the stand. Good night, Ishida. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a good one. And thank you again for your support. I seriously appreciate it, Ishida. Order! Order! As always, it looks like someone just had to open their mouth before thinking. You okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth and now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What would cause this witness to commit perjury in court today? Acro is the real culprit. Your Honor, on this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself. On this occasion? Accuses Acro? What in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Which is a bold accusation. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor. Ha ha ha! I think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to try and grab at an audience's hearts and minds. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Really? You don't believe me, just look at the witness. He's calm enough for it to be almost scary. He is staying rather calm and collected. Mr. Dingling, do you have any response to the defense's accusation? I don't really need to say a thing, do I? What do you mean? Everyone, take a good look at me. I can't even stand up by myself, let alone leave the lodging house. That's true. I understand that Mr. Wright is just trying to help his client. But to do this by accusing me of murder of all things... See, even a sliver of common sense makes it clear the accusation is ludicrous. Not if he had an accomplice, it's not. Not if his accomplice was hiding inside the box. Not if his accomplice was a monkey who would fit. She's right. Way to pick on the disabled, you heartless, cruel man. Phoenix is a poopy head. See that, Mr. Phoenix Wright? If you're trying to drum up support from the peanut gallery, that's how you do it. Oh, this is dirty. I think that's enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making a claim to counter this as well. I can hear the defense now. Acro had an accomplice. Well, thanks, Franziska. Thanks for that. No, I don't think he had an accomplice. Now then, this must be when we get to hear the name of the mystery accomplice. Not this time, Von Karma. What? You're not going to sucker me into this one. What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright? There was no accomplice. Acro planned and committed this murder all by himself. Order! Order! What are you getting at? Way to keep them on their toes, Nick. Now I'm going to have to prove how it all fits together. And I think I have a fairly good idea of how he did it. Because the bus disappeared. And it could well have ended up in his possession, and on the presumption that it did, it would not have been very difficult for Acro to get himself out of his bed under his own power using his arms, which he's very capable of, and wheeling over to the window and dropping the bust. And we did see scuffed footprints or drag marks or something on the floor. I have to show how Acro murdered Russell Berry. Can you do it, Nick? Can you really do that? I know what I can't do. I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed. Which is my philosophy in just about every game. The best defense is killing everyone. Mr. Phoenix Wright. If this witness is the killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, right? Mr. Wright, I'd like you to clear something up for me. Hello, Jave Man, welcome! Yeah, he could have dropped it out of the window. So, it was Acro's room. He was obviously here the entire time. That's Acro's room. Pretty simple, eh? Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. In that case, there can be only one correct answer. Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. What? Are you sure? What say you, Mr. Dingling? It's an interesting theory. That's it. Considering that what you proposed is impossible, yes, that's it. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. So the witness has stated your assertion is impossible. As he is in a wheelchair, there is no way he could go to the scene or be the killer. You've got a point. It seems you've forgotten once again, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime. That's true. Mo said that he saw Max, didn't he? But Maya, it's still impossible for humans to fly. So either he dressed the bust up and then dropped it down and then just hoisted it back up to his room? Or... well, we'll find out. I'm not 100% clear on what could have happened here, but I have a general idea of how it played out. You mind if I ask a question, Mr. Wright? What is it? I understand some of your logic, however, how do you think that I killed him? If I can't leave my room, I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of this legal buffet. Be careful, Nick, if you mess up here. She's right, I can't mess up here. I've got to give this some serious thought. I'm sure that Acro killed the Ringmaster, and he did it while he was in his room, no doubt about it. Time to enlighten us. We are going to present evidence. I'm going to present some evidence. So what did Mr. Dingling use to commit the crime of murder against Russell Berry? He used the bust of Maximilian. Oh, it's the photo we have to show. Now, see how shiny it is? The monkey would have brought it back to him. What's that, a picture? It is indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture. The bust? It's quite a large bust, and because it is life-sized, it is also very, very heavy. Heavy? Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death. Especially if it was dropped from a third-story window. Ah! See, this is how Acro was able to kill the Ringmaster. With the force of gravity and Maximilian Galactica's ample bust. That wording. Order! Order! So you're saying the bust fell onto the Ringmaster. A rather simple crime. Even if you were stuck in a wheelchair, it would be incredibly easy to commit. How could you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible. Well, Acro is an acrobat. He should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like the bust. As we've proven by the objects in his room, and by the fact that he does heavy weight training. Mr. Dingling, how do you respond to these charges? Well, Acro's at a loss for words. He should be. He knows that I'm getting close to the truth. Well, 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 Acro, you can't run away from Ow! I'd watch what I say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to this case. I demand that we get proper testimony from the witness himself. Testimony, you say? On karma. She's just using this testimony as a ruse. Not a rouse, a ruse. Whoever did the writing for this game was not as accomplished a writer as whoever did the writing for the first. Misspellings, incorrect words used, commas missing. There is absolutely no need for such testimony. The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond. The defense's objection is overruled. Why can't he say things my way once in a while? Mr. Dingling, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubts about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony. The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards him. Thank you. Or that woman will sink to any low to win a case. Acro's physical state. I suppose I could have lifted something the size of that bust. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting the bust and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the Ringmaster's head. Yeah, but you wouldn't have needed to. The bust was big enough. And if he was bent over a box, you essentially baited him into positioning himself where you knew he would be. So Acro threw the box containing the pepper and made the Ringmaster sneeze. And by the sound, that's how he knew where he was. Or something along those lines. It'll turn out to be something like that. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think? I have no doubts in regards to this witness's testimony. It was impossible for him to lift the bust and stick himself out far enough to look. Not to mention that he could not have known the location of the ringmaster's head. A single false step would have led to even more severe injuries. That's what I was thinking. What is your opinion on the matter, Mr. Wright? I'd still like to proceed with my cross-examination. He's simply stalling. It's shameful. Oh, look who's talking! Pot, meet, kettle. Can't let her get to me. I've got to focus. Alright, so... something jumps out at me right away. You could not have known the location for the ringmaster's head. I beg to differ. Because you see, he was found slumped over this box. Acro, you didn't really need to lean out the window, did you? What are you driving at, Mr. Wright? You already knew ahead of time where the ringmaster's head was going to be, because you baited him. Quite precisely, I might add. Your silly hinting at things is pointless, Mr. Wright. Enough stalling, how about you show us some evidence? But I did such a good job hinting. Yes, hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright. Maybe you should take a look at this. So far, so good, Red. Thank you for stopping in. And hello, Eboera. How are you both doing? The key point here is the wooden box. The same wooden box that the victim was found hunched over. The same. The question is, who placed the wooden box there? Who? When Ben and company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box. Which means that this wooden box was already placed at the scene of the crime. I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense. The moment that bust came falling down was exactly the same moment that the ringmaster lifted up this wooden box. Which means that the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear. You mean... if the bust were to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box, there would be no way that it could miss the head of the ringmaster. No! Oh, have a safe trip home, Red. I'm doing alright, thanks. Yeetin'? Oh, good, Eboera. Keep yeetin'. Order! This is unbelievable. Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I just gotta keep going, and there's only one way to go from here. Forward! So the next question I have is, who placed that wooden box at the scene? It was Mr. Dingling, of course. He connected it to a rope, and then all he had to do was lower it down. Ow! Allow me to whip some sense into you. Mr. Phoenix Wright! Ow! 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 The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why the box was so specially made. Specially made? Indeed, it had the most peculiar feature. The contents, which were pepper. Apparently they really were pepper. But also the weight of the box, because it was very heavy. The box has a remarkable weight. Weight? According to the court record, it weighs 20 pounds. Just to lift up this wooden box would have required... oh, I see. One would have to squat down, then lift it up with their body, wouldn't you say? That's exactly what I was trying to point out. The box is also very large. The box also has carrying handles on either side, doesn't it? That's correct. To lift up the box, you'd have to squat down. Which means that no matter who you are, your head would be in approximately the same place. Fool! Does he even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what you've had to say. Okay. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. Did you do it? Did you place this wooden box in the plaza? Mr. Wright may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he's proposing. What? Mr. Wright, do you recall the original location of Max's bust? Yes, I remember. Of course I remember. It was on top of the table in the cafeteria. Then what happened to it? I'd like you to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house by myself. That means... You understand what I mean, don't you? I may very well have been able to drop the bust from my room. However, how would I have gotten the bust up from the cafeteria to my room? Obviously, the monkey that collects shiny things brought it to you. So you did have an accomplice after all, it just wasn't a person. You see, Mr. Phoenix Wright explained that. Don't forget, you said there was no accomplice. Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the bust from the cafeteria. Yeah, we definitely have a problem here. But this is no place to get perplexed. I've got to get my wits about me and prove how things happened once and for all. Alright, Mr. Wright, let's hear your explanation. How did the witness get the bust from the cafeteria back to his room? Like this. A monkey? Everyone knows Money. He loves shiny objects of any size, as evidenced by the fact that there was a tuba and a motorcycle exhaust pipe in Acro's room. Oh, like when he stole the ventriloquist's ring. So, are you saying the witness had a monkey steal the bust? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own and then brought it back home. Ugh! Home? Money lives in Acro's room. Acro's room? But the bust was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that shiny. No, but the cards in its hands are. Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. Oh yeah, Phoenix, roast her! Roast her! My, those are some very nice cards he's holding. Yes, and they are made of platinum, which is very shiny. Ah! Acro. Money is a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the bust back to your room. If he wasn't able to handle that himself, I'd be in the market for a new roommate. Order! Order, I said order! Miss Von Karma! Where is the bust in question at this moment? I don't know. We're searching for it as we speak. This is a rather strange turn of events. But let's say that the monkey had not stolen the bust. What would have happened then? Well, in that event, something else would have been used as the murder weapon. Wait. Then you mean this bust was the murder weapon purely by accident? It's possible. Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought to use one of them. Anyway, I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it was entirely possible that Acro was the murderer. Moron! Mr. Wright's argument was so circular, I'm still a bit dizzy. However, his argument does hold water. There's no denying that. Ow! Don't seem so flamboozled, especially by this fraud of an attorney. Fraud? You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What, the motive? And what is that? You should know. Forgot that your fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime. Yeah, and? There is no reason to doubt the clown's testimony. That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Wright? I have a few theories. Nick, don't let her beat you now. I won't. This is my chance to turn this trial around. When the murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, Russell Berry, and the other was the murderer himself. Answer this and only this, Mr. Wright. Who was the murderer the clown saw? It was the Max G bust. As I believe we've already established. He saw Max's ow! I asked who was the other person Mo saw on the scene. That evidence has nothing to do with the question. Au contraire, mon frère. It does indeed have something to do with the question. Mo said that he saw Max's silhouette. But he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. How is that possible? It's simple, really. What Mo actually saw that night was Max's bust, which had just landed on the ringmaster's head. And which would explain why there were no roses. What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all in this case? More than you have. The silhouette he saw was wearing a cloak. There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to the bust. It would be easy to hang one off of the cards in the bust's hands. It sure would. Idiot! Who in their right mind would put a cloak on a bust? It doesn't matter who put it on the bust. Just wait a minute now, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? That question is of utmost importance in this case, don't you agree? Oh, he caught me. So let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? The only one who could have done it would be Russell Perry himself. Russell Perry, whoops. Yeah, that's someone else. Fool! Him? You were saying it was the victim himself, Russell Berry. That's what I'm saying. The victim himself placed the cloak on the bust? Placed the cloak isn't really the right way of putting it. Then what would be the right way of putting it, Mr. Wright? Explain yourself. Nick, do you really have a handle on all this? I'm fine, Maya. I'm finally putting all these pieces together. There's really only one picture I can paint anyway. Alright, so you want to know what really happened that night. Let's step back in time. Acro used a rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene. Then he attached that rope to the bust and dangled the bust out of his bedroom window directly above the wooden box. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went to the scene. Of course, at the time, the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Which is the weirdest part of all this. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. So the ringmaster must have seen the note and went to the scene of the crime, disguised as Max, I guess. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house. By none other than a ventriloquist and his puppet, Ben and Trilo. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box. And that's when Acro took his chance and released the rope. Now this is when the magic happens. The very instant that the bust hit the victim... What? This is nonsense. Even I'm not sure I believe Phoenix on this. You wait just a second there, Mr. Phoenix Wright. As much as you try, as much as you scheme, this just isn't true. It can't be. I actually, honestly, am inclined to agree with Franziska on this. This is nuts. I mean, it's probably what actually happened, but this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Exactly, Ravenous. It's bullshit, but I fully believe it. It's still a little early to be getting so upset, Ms. Von Karma. This circus isn't over yet. What? The impact of the bust on the victim threw the cloak up, which snagged onto the bust. That impact also caused the sound a certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. That witness was, of course, Lawrence Moe Curls the Clown, which is why he keeps getting called a stooge, Larry, Curly, and Moe. When Moe looked out of his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bust. Now, having completed the crime, Acro naturally went about pulling the murder weapon up. Of course, he had no idea that Moe saw the bust being raised with the cloak still dangling on it. Primarily because in his wheelchair he couldn't see out of his window. So he just kept pulling the bust up. And that is how the magical murderer disappearing into the sky came to be. So you see, the only person who could have pulled this off is the one person who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the crime scene. Acro, it could only have been you. Acro's been playing mind games with all of us. He sure has. But he's come to the end of his rope now, ahaha. So, what now? You've graced us with a rather long-winded tale. But do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? Evidence? In this court, only two things matter. The power of evidence and the power of my whip. So it's really just the power of evidence, then. Don't forget the power of my gavel as well. Mr. Wright, the prosecution brings up a good point. Can we see some evidence? Nick, they say they want evidence. I just explained how there can only be one possible murder method. But there is still something unusual about Moe's eyewitness account, which is that there were no roses, if I remember correctly. Unusual. A contradiction, actually. Okay then, use that and get us out of this jam. So enough talking amongst yourselves. Proceed, Mr. Wright. Present some evidence to the court that backs your claims. Want hard proof that you've unraveled the trick to this magic case? Well, it would be in the promotional poster, as I recall. There it is. The problem is Max's three symbols. You know, the silk hat, the cloak, and the white roses. Those symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yesterday, there were two contradictions in Moe's testimony. There were a lot more than that. The silk hat was one, the white roses were the other. But the theory I just presented explains all of these contradictions. You fool, do you ever shut up? Max's silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. However, remember what Moe said yesterday. He testified that the criminal he saw fleeing the scene was wearing a silk hat. There's only one explanation for that. The silk hat that Moe saw was actually the one on the bust. Makes sense. If you look at it that way, then he did see the silk hat. Well, sort of. Fine, you've got one, but what about the other contradiction? The other contradiction. Remember what the ventriloquist said in court. He said he witnessed white roses on Max's chest that night. But the clown's testimony doesn't match. The clown said there were no white roses. I'd like to see you try and explain that one away. Yeah, we already have. The cloak was backwards. Can you do it, Nick? Of course, I can explain all of it. What was that? Please recall the instant when the cloak snagged onto the bust. The cloak snagged onto the bust. What happened to the white roses? They were obscured. Do you get it yet? If the cloak got snagged onto the front of the bust, it means that the white roses would end up on the back of the bust. Ah! Which explains why Moe didn't see them. The white roses were not visible because they were on the back side of the bust. Ha! Right, Sorogoth. We can just do a Lord of the Rings right now. Order! Order! This is quite the shocking state of affairs. Mr. Wright's theory still sounds a bit absurd to me. Yeah, and me, Your Honor. For once, we see eye to eye on the prosecution's argument. However, let's just keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads. Let's do this, Nick. Then maybe Von Karma will finally throw in the towel. Well, so much for that theory. Mr. Wright, do you mind? What is it? You took the time to research our circus, didn't you? Well, yes, I did. Is there something making you think that I didn't? If you did, then maybe you'll understand why I think you're off track. Why is that? Motive! This witness feels an incredible debt of gratitude toward the ringmaster. Anyone with any relation to the circus is well aware of this. Yes, he didn't mean to kill the ringmaster. He was trying to kill Regina. Thus, there is absolutely no way someone like this would kill the ringmaster. Your Honor, I'd like you to hear Acro's story. Learn about his relationship with the ringmaster and his life up until now. What do we do? There's no doubting that Acro deeply respected the ringmaster. Acro's motive, Seems this case isn't over yet. Very well. However, I feel like this is a good place to take a break. I will listen to the rest of Mr. Dingling's testimony after recess. This court will now take a 10-minute recess. All my chips on that scarf contained pepper. And the presence of the pepper in that box was the proof that Acro said he found. Yeah, probably, Haretsu. Hello, Simone X93, welcome. Alright, well, here goes. I can't believe it. Acro? It's pretty shocking, isn't it? It definitely is, and to think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Jeebus. Am I that hated? Ahem. Acro tried to pin the murder on you on purpose. He did? Psst, psst. Max, but, I'm nothing but a little old nobody, you know? But you're not, which is kind of the reason why. Hey, pal. You're gonna ignore me after I went to all this trouble to bring you some... Oh, Gumshoe brings us this... Detective Gumshoe! Forget it. I'm going home. This guy deserves to be guilty anyways. Now, Detective, I'm sorry. Look, why don't you relax a little? We've got some really tasty milk. How about a card trick, Detective? Ho. Well, if you insist. Now, about that evidence you mentioned, what is it? Freaking Gumshoe, the MVP! Bailing us out. Hello, bad guy. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for that.
Gumshoe for the win. We owe you, buddy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Onyx Tyrant. But thank you so much for the resub. Calculus is bullshit. My condolences, Onyx. Thank you for your support, though. I hope being here will cheer you up a little. Huh? This was yesterday in Acro's room. Yep, and I've included the forensic results. Take a look at it later. Laced with pepper, I bet. Won't Miss Von Karma be mad that you're doing this? That's why this is all a secret. Huh? Look, details are on a need-to-know basis, and we're not really allies or anything. But everything that's happened in court up to now has gone according to our plan. I don't know, Miss Von Karma didn't seem in control of things in there just now. You'll figure it out eventually, pal. Yesterday, our final plans were set into motion. Final plans? Uh-huh. That reminds me, I've got a message from the prosecutor for you. Nothing is ever truly decided until the very end. That's it. And that's it for me too, pal. I'm out of here. What did he mean by that, the very end part? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, Onyx Tyrant, moping around isn't gonna make it any better. You gotta get studying. Get that grade back up. And I've got to have some tea, because it's already getting cold. Okay. Is that actually what the class is called, Tucker, or are you just being facetious? Alright. I'm not sure. It was all pretty cryptic to me. Oh, one more thing. Ah, don't scare me like that. It looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant. What, for me? It's milk. The reception area looks like some kind of dairy, so hurry up and drink it all before it spoils. An entire dairy's worth of milk for me? Really, Tucker? Part of me is curious, and part of me doesn't want to know anymore. I have a feeling, Rockethead, in the Japanese version of the game, it wasn't milk. It was probably sake or something. Because that's almost always what happens, is in the Japanese versions of these games, it's alcohol. Because alcohol is super normalized there. But then when these games make it to the West, they make it to Europe or America, especially America, a censor goes, no, we can't have kids believing that there's alcohol in this universe. We've got to change it to milk. Yeah, or to soda, Jawbone, like Brave Fencer Musashi, where you find the shopkeeper in the secret tunnel under the shop, and there's a trail of bottles leading to him, and he's passed out in a corner, and his face is flushed. But no, it was soda in the English version. Yeah, Rockethead, at least Sega has learned. Okay, Monotone, have a good day. Take care. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, Bone, Capcom is especially guilty of it. They tend to change quite a lot. Oh, okay, Tucker, I see. Interesting name for that class. Even more interesting that it's a graduation requirement, although these days I guess it's good that people are learning that stuff, because it seems like the Judeo-Christian education system that doesn't want to talk about any of that fails people miserably. Yeah, Rockethead, but I don't know. This game, I don't know what the rating on this game was, what rating the ESRB gave it, but I knew kids years ago who were very young, like 10, 11, 12 years old, who played this on their DS's. Or, their Game Boy Advances, I think originally it came out on, didn't it? Or... Anyway, court is now back in session. Ms. Von Karma, please continue from where you left off. I'd like to continue with Acro's testimony, starting with his relationship to the victim. Yeah, Tucker, they have to. Because unfortunately, there are still people who get to college age and they've had that information withheld from them their entire childhoods. Their parents failed them, their teachers failed them, everyone around them failed them. This is actually something that that Pat and Wooly talked about during a segment on one of the recent podcasts of Castle Super Beast, Tucker. Anyway, I'd also like to get proof from the defense. Proof of what kind of motive Acro would have to commit this crime, which is that he didn't intend to kill the ringmaster. Understood. Now, Mr. Dingling. Yes, Your Honor. Please proceed with your testimony. Finally, we get to the motive. Wait, Nick, are you okay? Just do me a favor and don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Ugh. Yeah, Rockethead, anyone from a Christian or, you know, a more conservative Jewish family, or any conservative family at all, really, that just shies away from talking about that stuff, would just absolutely not get it, and then that you get people who are 25, 30, 35 years old and don't understand how any of the basics work. About the ringmaster. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. That's when the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Russell Berry, took us in. Well, there are always exceptions, Redial Nick. Some parents understand that doing right by their children is more important than being queasy and walking on eggshells around a taboo topic. So you were one of the lucky ones. The majority of them are not so lucky. Redial Nick, I used to work with a woman who was raised basically very, very strictly Catholic. She went to a Catholic school. You know, one of those schools where all the teachers are nuns? One of those places. And she told us a story one day about how when her classes got the birds and the bees talk, it was I can't really say a mixed gender school because the boys and the girls were obviously all segregated, but it was a Catholic school that boys and girls both attended, just totally separately from one another. And this woman I used to work with had said that when they got that talk, they went into a separate room, but the boys were next door, and every like 5 minutes or so, they could hear the class full of boys burst out laughing. And that went on for like an hour and a half of this class about, you know, the basic sex-related stuff. Every 5 minutes, they would hear the boys burst out laughing. Their lecture essentially just consisted of the nun walked in and said, having sex before marriage is a sin. And that was pretty much it. They weren't told how it worked. They weren't told any of the details. They weren't told any damn thing about it. The boys clearly got all of it. But the girls, no. Nope. Can't. Can't tell the girls, can't have them knowing about it. Because then they might decide to take it upon themselves to be sexually active. We can't have that. Literally, that's what it was, Ultima. Yeah, Ixathixel, it was always a shit show, even in the public schools, because most of the time in the public schools, the teachers had no clue how to teach it. They had no curriculum. They were just given the instructions by the administration that said, okay, figure out how to teach this to a bunch of high schoolers or middle or elementary schoolers. We got one, like, really half-assed class on it in 6th grade when we were 12. None of us understood what the hell was going on. Basically, they took us into the gym, or not the gym, they took us into, the school had kind of an auditorium that was separate from the gym. They took only the 6th grade class there. It was just my class. And they sat the, like, 16 of us down in front of a TV with a VCR. And they played a video that kind of explained it, but in a really evasive way that didn't really give any of the important information, but that gave a bunch of unimportant stuff that made no sense on its own without the context that was actually missing. And, you know, none of us got anything out of that. We walked out of that room just as clueless about it as we were when we walked in. And it didn't get brought up again till I was a senior in high school, till I was graduating 12th grade. And then they only addressed it during, I think, about 4 days worth of a semester-long health class. So they just did everything they possibly could to avoid teaching us about that. And then they wonder why teen pregnancy is on the rise and STDs are spreading, and then they blame degenerates. It usually seems to be the more, I don't know, that the more religious and devout and conservative element that blames degenerates for that, when in actual fact it seems to me that it's just because that information is withheld by people who don't want to talk about it. You see it a lot in Germany as well, because Germany is a really staunchly Catholic country, and people here don't seem to really like talking about that kind of thing. Even though Germany has a reputation for being a really kinky country. Don't ask me how that works. I think in some areas, Mel, that might also be the case, yes, but I think that depends upon whether it is a public or private school. Oh, okay, Chisel, I see. Well, at least they gave you something. Yeah, repression and making all of that stuff taboo and making it so it can't be out in the open, Haretsu. It's just all unhealthy. Oh, Sugar Crow, my god. Alright, maybe it's time I actually played the game and we moved on from this. Well, Redial Nick, that's fine, as long as you have someone who's actually willing to teach it to you. Freud said lots of things, didn't he, Ultima? There's a reason people didn't want to work with Freud. The point at which Roy branched off and his research went in a different direction was the point when Freud just sat down with him and said, "Hey, sometimes I get the urge to fuck my mother." And at that point, Roy just went, "No, look, man, I thought you were onto something, but you're just a sick motherfucker. I'm out of here." Anyway, Phoenix Wright. God, Ultima, if that's actually how that conversation went, man. Ultima, you know what? You know what? That was good. That was on point. I became an acrobat at around 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the Ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. Ultima, that was on point, so you get a sub. You're such a thoughtful young man. Dandy Wizard, I'm not even sure Freud's mental health was all that sound to begin with. Okay. As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. I wonder how anyone could think that Acker would kill the man he held in such esteem. You're absolutely right. How would anyone think that, Mr. Wright? He did it by accident. Which is why there's no real need for a cross-examination, is there? Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would Acro kill the Ringmaster? This might be my last chance to answer that question. But I don't think we need to question him now. There's no need to cross-examine this witness. What's that? Why was the Ringmaster murdered? There is no need to delve into that bit of testimony when I know the answer already. Mr. Wright, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead, Your Honor. I would just like to know, can you provide an explanation as to why Acro would want the Ringmaster dead? No, I can't, because he didn't want him dead. He meant to kill someone other than the Ringmaster. Nick? Yeah, I didn't even have to think about it. It was obvious from the start. Your Honor, the reason that Acro killed the Ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What? That's because Acro had no reason to kill the ringmaster at all. Ow! Your foolish attempts to fool us like foolish fools is so foolhardily foolish. Did you forget you made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe it was, this is the real killer of Russell Berry Ringmaster. If you want to jump to the end of things, then yes, that sounds about right. The end of things. Acro, you didn't plan to kill the ringmaster at all, did you? The ringmaster wasn't your target that night, it was Regina. What did you just say? I'm saying that the target of this witness's murderous plot was not the ringmaster. Because it was never his intention to kill Russell Berry to begin with. What? Order! Order! Bailiff, I don't care who it is, smack anyone who's loud in the face, twice if you must. Wow! The judge bringing in vigilante justice to the courtroom. Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to my court? Ow! Mr. Phoenix Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to his court? Are you attempting to imply that Acro was trying to kill someone else? Yes, I am, and I have a strong suspicion that it was Regina. Regina Berry? This young girl is the ringmaster's daughter, correct? Acro, you were really aiming for her that night, weren't you?
Objection!
You don't need to answer that. It's a mean-spirited leading question. He could easily answer that question. If I'm wrong, all he has to do is say you're wrong. That's it. That's it, huh, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Enough, Mr. Wright. Allow me to... Ow! The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself. What? And that goes for you too, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Show me evidence, now. I want to know why Acro would want to kill Regina Berry. Yes, me too. I demand to see some proof. Present evidence that proves Acro was out to kill this young girl. That would be... this right here. Acro, you remember this, don't you? It's a piece of paper that we found inside the ringmaster's tailcoat. Inside the victim's tailcoat? Acro wrote this note. It's ironically entitled, "To the Murderer." Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 p.m. So you're saying that he called Russell Berry with that note? Yes, but there's just one little problem. Acro did indeed place this note into someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the ringmaster. You mean it wasn't for the... That's exactly what I mean. The person this note was intended for was none other than Regina Berry. Order! 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 Mr. Wright, this little theory of yours. It's the truth, Your Honor. It isn't a theory. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her. Which is why, the morning of the crime, she placed it on the cafeteria bulletin board. That's when her father, the ringmaster, saw the note? That's correct. The ringmaster ended up in that plaza instead of Regina. And he was killed because of that mistake, instead of Regina. That's incredible. Remember the testimony that Acro gave us earlier today? Lifting the bust and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body, so he couldn't see that it wasn't Regina. He dropped the bust anyway. If I were to do that, I'd end up falling out the window myself. Acro had no idea who it was that arrived in the plaza, because he couldn't look down out of his window to see who it actually was. I've got it! Acro thought that it was Regina down in the plaza. And that's when he let the bust fly. Hey, Nick, isn't Regina listening to all of this from the audience? She is. Unfortunately, it's only going to get harsher from here. I hope Regina can handle it. Acro wrote this note to Regina.
Objection!
Foolishly foolish, etc. You're so foolish you've even made me sound like a foolhardy fool. Very well, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Yes, what about that line? Well, if the note was meant for Regina Berry, it would mean that this note is declaring that Regina Berry is a murderer. You just don't get it, do you? What? What did you just say? The ringmaster knew what the note meant, which is why he went to the plaza. In place of his lovely daughter. Hold it right there, Mr. Wright. What is this incident that is alluded to in the note? The incident 6 months ago. I know all about it, actually. An incident occurred 6 months ago, and now I am more than ready to show to show this court what happened at that time. Moron! Wait, are you sure it relates to the present case? It does indeed, Your Honor. Everything in this case has its start in what happened 6 months ago. Really, Nick? I think so. Well then, if that's the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What's this conclusive evidence mentioned in the note? I know I'd certainly like to know what it is. If I can't answer that question, the judge is going to think I'm bluffing. The conclusive evidence about 6 months ago is actually the seasoning bottle with the pepper in it. It's exactly as I thought. Someone made Leon sneeze, and now we've got the scarf. Stained with his blood and a small quantity of pepper. I knew it. I knew it. It's exactly as I suspected. Achoo! 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 What kind of spicy joke is this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? It isn't a joke at all, it's the decisive evidence you asked for. What do you mean? Recall that the victim was trying to take the wooden box away with him. He was doing so because this piece of decisive evidence is what was inside. Another unbelievable conclusion. Very well, Mr. Wright. So what exactly are you saying? You claiming Regina Berry killed someone with a small bottle of pepper? Taking the note into account, that's the only logical conclusion you can draw. Foolish fool who never tires of his own foolish ways. You're so sure, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then answer this question. Who was Regina Berry's intended victim? Oh, whoops. It was Bat. Who is this? That is Acro's younger brother. What does this prove? His younger brother isn't dead. Technically, that's true. However, Bat has been in a coma for 6 months now. It's not a stretch to see how Acro could feel that his brother is dead. Regina, she did that to him? Do you spend your entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool? Naturally, the prosecution has looked into Acro's brother, Sean Dingling. 6 months ago, he was bit by a lion and fell into his current comatose state. A lion? Ms. Regina Berry is an animal tamer by trade. However, no tamed animal in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It's just not in her. She herself didn't. So then what happened to Acro's brother? He's not the victim of an attempted murder, he's the victim of an accident. I see. Now what do we do? No one seems to be going along with your theory. Do you think that what happened to Bat was actually an accident? No, it was more than that. The lion biting Bat was no accident at all. What? You're such an amateur, Mr. Phoenix Wright. There is no way that Regina would ever incite her lion to attack another human being. No, but we have proof of it in the scarf. She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being, but Regina is responsible for making the lion bite Acro's brother, Bat. And this is how she did it. That's just a scarf. Acro. This scarf is something that Bat used to wear, correct? That's right. And who is the one that gave this scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him. Regina. There is something more than just blood on this scarf, Your Honor. And what might that be? Pepper. Pepper? Pepper. Regina gave this scarf to Bat right before the accident, and she covered it with as much pepper as she could. Hey, what's with the silence? Oh, Phoenix, the bird's just attacking him. I would have suspected Trilo before I suspected Regina, Tucker. Because I guess Regina was sick of it, Maybe, or maybe it was Trila. We'll find out. Excuse me, Mr. Wright. You've done a good job of fingering a criminal. But out of curiosity, what was her crime? Miss Berry gave a peppered-covered scarf to Bat as a present. Where's the crime in that? This freaking clueless judge. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Wasn't it said that the lion seemed to be smiling? Smiling! The lion was smiling. Right before Bat was bit by the lion. For a moment, the lion's mouth changed and it looked like he was smiling. Lions smile? I've never heard of them smiling, however... Lions sneeze. What? Leon wasn't trying to bite Bat at all. He was made to sneeze by the scarf. In reality, all he actually did was sneeze. He sneezed because of all the pepper on the scarf. What? You fool! You've got to be kidding me. What's the matter, Ms. Von Karma? I object for objection's sake. Oh, well, what else are you going to do in her situation, I guess? Mr. Phoenix Wright, this theory, you believe it? You really intend to say that this is how this joke of an accident actually happened? Of course I do, it's the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat... Oh, lost consciousness. The freaking Japanese way of putting it. Oh, we can't... He didn't suffer severe brain damage. He lost consciousness. That woman wasn't being sexually assaulted. That guy was just bothering her. Acro nearly lost his brother due to this accident, or this joke, as you put it. Which is why he tried to get his revenge. You foolish idiot! Ha! Ha ha ha! It almost does seem like a terrible joke, doesn't it? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. To think that there's someone who treats this accident with the respect it deserves. Are you telling me that what I said was true? Acro, you don't mean... You can't mean... Witness! Are you confirming the defense's claim? Mr. Wright, unfortunately, your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that? The pepper, the scarf, the lion. I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow. Not to mention the fact that there's an even bigger problem with your theory. What would that problem be? The same problem it's always been. Evidence. If I drop Max's bust on top of the ringmaster, where is the evidence that proves that claim? You mean the conclusive evidence? The biggest problem is the murder weapon, or the lack thereof, to be precise. The murder weapon. The bust that the defense claims was used. If that were found to be found in Acro's room, and if it were covered with the victim's blood, that would be awfully conclusive in my eyes. Yes, it would be. The bust. Nick, you've got to do something. This is the last step. If I get this one right, the case is won. The case is won. I think we're going to choose option number 1 here. Might be worthwhile to search Acro's room, but why aren't you going to search his room? Looks like you finally figured things out, didn't you? Now you know the true meaning of Von Karma justice. Oh, Bone, thank you so much for the 200 bits. I guess I figured out with you that's the least I should expect. You'd leave no stone unturned. Von Karma never leaves anything to chance. We already searched Acro's room yesterday. What did you find? There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in that room, Acro would not be here as a witness. But to put a point on it, Max's bust was not in the room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for. You see, Mr. Wright, the bust wasn't in my room. Furthermore, Detective Dick Gumshoe executed the search by complete surprise, and we took Acro directly to the prosecutor's office after that. End of story. Just wait a second, something's funny about all this. Ha ha ha, it looks like you lack the final nail to put in my coffin. But what about the scarf? What about the note? What about them, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the only evidence that is relevant here is that which pertains to the death of the ringmaster. You should know that by now. Do something, Nick. Don't let this case slip away. The bust, where is it now? Where is the bust? You're Phoenix Wright. You must know where that bust is. It would have had to be someplace where he could stash it. Seems this case is coming to a close. The defense's counter-arguments look to have fallen short. Thank you for your support. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I think that brings to an end the cross-examination of this witness. Where is Max's bust? The defense needs time to prepare its case. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous and I just bit my tongue. Huh? What? We need time to do what? Why are you the most surprised person here? She's your aide, isn't she? You really have a case to present, Mr. Wright? What? Are you asking me? The rest is up to you, Nick. Good luck. Hey, you can't be serious. Acrobats always have their lives on the lines, don't they? That's how Acro lived his life up till now. Now it's time for us to walk across our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose. Very well, the defense may proceed. He doesn't have a clue, and I don't think he'll be finding one anytime soon. Walking the tightrope of logic, there's no room for a false step. Sink or swim, the only way through is forward. The murder weapon. Where is Max's bust now? It would have to be somewhere in this courtroom, because he would have had to have concealed it. I bet it's in his wheelchair. It's obvious. The bust is inside this very courtroom. It's obviously where? Allow me to pinpoint the location of the bust once and for all. The witness stand. Acro, I'm sorry to ask this, but do you mind if we take the blanket off of your wheelchair? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you're a big guy, and you have a pretty big wheelchair because of it. I just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under that blanket. Because it seems to me that it'd be really easy to say, hide a bust under there. Ha 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 ha! Once again, your penchant for humor hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you can laugh in your position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact that the bust is under there. We all know that you can't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. That proved inconvenient when Ms. Von Karma happened to search your room yesterday. If she had found the murder weapon in your room, it would have been all over. Which is why you had to hide it in the only place that you could hide it. Under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again. Would you please remove the blanket from your lap? Well done, Mr. Wright. Masterfully played. You fool! How could you? You've got me. I've been bagged by a real pro. Actually, two of them. Miss Franziska Von Karma and Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? There's just one thing I'd like to know. How did you know to launch the surprise search on my room last night? Huh? There were two pieces of decisive evidence, the cloak and the bust. I burned the cloak in my room and threw the ashes away with the trash. Ah, which is why there were the burn marks on the floor. That's what those were. Regina always took my trash out every morning, you know. But the bust, obviously I couldn't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try and hide the bust. The only place that I could hide it quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? I was completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. And now to be caught in the middle of court hiding the murder weapon. There's no way I can escape that. So you've got me. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done, Ms. Von Karma. It all makes sense now. I can't believe that Von Karma thought that far ahead. It's amazing. You definitely couldn't tell by looking at her. I know I sure couldn't. I can't believe it. Me, make a mistake. Why did I order a surprise search of your room? If only I hadn't done that. It seems we've finally arrived at the truth. Acro. Yes, Your Honor. Did you kill the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for that crime. Acro. All my brother wanted was for Regina to like him. That's why he'd tease her. One day, my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. She started sneezing so hard you couldn't help yourself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it'd be funny to get him back in the... Oh, because she thought that he would just end up being a star. She didn't understand the consequences of... Oh, this is the worst it's ever been. This is the worst it's ever been. This is awful. This is terrible. She thought she was just playing an innocent little joke, making a lion bite him because, ha, he'll just become a star. This is why Mo wanted her to see the trial, so she'd understand what she did. Holy hell! Oh, this is... Ugh. And that's why she covered the scarf with pepper. I know she didn't mean for anything bad to happen. I know this. She just wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times, too. But I just couldn't forgive her, no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? I'm guilty of never, ever being able to understand her. No, you're guilty of murder! Your brother became a star. Regina believes in that so purely that she would laugh innocently when saying that. Too innocently. I just couldn't stand it no matter how hard I tried. That's when you decided to do something about Regina. No, Haretsu, this was premeditated third-degree murder. He just didn't murder his intended target. How dreadful. So are you saying that you are a victim in all of this as well? No, that's not what I mean. I'm nothing but a murderer. That's who I am. At first I thought I'd kill myself. Then I pondered giving myself up. But I just couldn't up and leave. I just couldn't, not yet. That's why I tried to pin this on Max. Max, I'm so sorry. I couldn't up and leave yet. I think when he says leave, the localization originally was probably die. This has been such a strange case. Man, that doesn't even begin to describe. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm an idiot. I can't believe it. You beat me again. I believe this case is now beyond any point of possible discussion. Yeah, Melis, welcome to the ESRB. But then, this was 2001. Look at us now in 2019. Games that just get rated for 17-year-olds, dropping F-bombs and showing graphic violence and explicit sexual visual stuff, and like... The pendulum always swings a little bit further in each direction than maybe it ought, doesn't it? Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. Not guilty. This doesn't feel like a very satisfying victory, though. This is just, wow, we unearthed a lot of shit. This court is adjourned. Yeah, thanks, Ige. Damn. Ugh. Fabulous, but to be honest, I can't really be too happy about this. Acro, the Ringmaster, Regina, and Bat. Not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh? That's a good question, and one I don't know the answer to. Many congrats, but only at max 1,000,000 of them. Ah. Thank you. What's with the vibe in this room? We're just thinking about Acro. No, 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 no. If you worry about people too much, then you'll be like this forever and never be happy. Huh? Well, she had to accept. She's been like this for a while now. Well, it's all my fault. Well, sweetie pie. Bat and Acro, they're never coming back. Now everyone's gonna split up. Regina, Mr. Wright, tell me something. What do you want to know, Regina? Acro said something right at the end. I just couldn't up and leave yet. Does that mean that Acro... is he gonna try and get his revenge on me? No, I don't think so. He's not gonna do that to you, Regina. Are you sure? You're really sure? I can believe that? Yeah, Acro doesn't have any desire for revenge anymore. If that's true, then I want to see some evidence. Huh? I want to know you're not just making this stuff up about Acro not wanting revenge. Well, the only thing we can really show her here is Bat's profile. Because it just makes sense. Acro didn't want to get caught for a reason. He wanted to see his brother open his eyes again. Bat? That's right, Regina. He's still alive, you know. I never knew. But now that Acro's been caught... Uh-huh. I know. What? I'll do it. I'll stay next to Bat as long as it takes. Until he opens his eyes, and then... until he can meet Acro again. That's so sweet of you, Regina. I'm sorry, Acro. I'm sorry, Bat. Well, hopefully this is enough to give her a little peace of mind. Never mind a somewhat stronger grip on reality? Holy hell. Hey, Max. What is it, Mo? We really put you through a lot, didn't we, buddy? I'm sorry about what happened. So, whenever you'd like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and rip up the contract. I understand. What a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now? That's the big question. Our ringmaster was really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone is sticking together. The staff, the performers, no one wants to leave the circus. That's why I've made a decision. What is it? I've decided that I will take over as the new ringmaster. I'll turn this circus into the best circus this world has ever seen. The best circus the world has ever seen. Don't laugh! That's quite the goal. Yay, I can't wait! Then I guess that changes things. Huh? There's only one thing the best circus in the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions. Which means this circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen. Max, let's work together and make our circus super fabulous! What do you say, big guy? I don't know what to say. All I can say is thank you. Regina, you're gonna help them out too, aren't you? I don't know. Maybe the circus would be better off without me. What are you talking about, Regina? Why do you think I brought you to court today? We've got to work together to make the Berry Big Circus better than it's ever been. Mo. Mo's right, sweetie pie. It can't be the Berry Big Circus without Regina Berry. Max. Nick. Seems like everything is going to turn out all right here. You mean more all right than it already has? I can't wait to go see the best circus the world has ever seen. We'll save you the most fabulous seats. It'll take us a while to get ready, but I'm going to order special whoopee cushion seats. Aha, oh god. Oh no. I see. What made the case? Yesterday's surprise raid. It really paid off, just like you said it would, sir. You had it all figured out, didn't you? was just a theory. If Acro really was the killer, I thought this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was the defense attorney. You mean Mr. Wright? Of course. Well, Detective, my plane is about to leave. As for Mr. Acro's case, you need not worry. I plan to personally stop by the Chief Prosecutor's office as soon as I get back. Understood, sir. I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Edgeworth. Ah! Ah, their plan was to bring Edgeworth back. A new episode has been added. Farewell, my turnabout. Very interesting. There are a couple of them, Simone, aren't there? The Miles Edgeworth games? Phew. Yeah, bad guy, that case really wrapped up on a hell of a note, didn't it? Hello, Notterall TV, welcome. The second Edgeworth game is fan trans. Yeah. I do remember being told that, bad guy. Yeah, Oroda-san. Because Capcom doesn't like porting games. It does feel a little more rushed, Melis. The writing is definitely not as good as in the first game. And that shows not only in the quality of the writing, but also just in the fact that there are a lot of commas missing. They appear to have missed a bunch of just the grammatical and syntactical stuff in the text. I am alright, thanks, Notterall TV. How about you? Yeah, the second Edgeworth game is also one of the best in the series. Of course, Capcom didn't port it. Of course, Capcom hated money back in those days. Man. Well, in that case, I think this is probably a pretty good time. This is probably a pretty good time for us to go raid somebody, because I am getting hungry. I haven't really had a chance to properly eat today. I had something a little earlier. I had just some salad, but I am starving. Because salad and a couple of cans of mackerel aren't enough. So what we're going to do is we are going to go raid another friend and viewer of mine, Magnus Ki, who is playing some Code Vein. And I'm sure he would really appreciate some company and to have us come hang out. So let's go say hi to him. I will be back tomorrow. Probably I will be streaming something else. Maybe this. Maybe we'll start the next case. Maybe we'll try something new that I haven't tried before. We'll see. I have to ponder how I feel. But we're going to call it for today, because it's been nearly 5 hours as it is. So thank you all very much for joining me. I'm going to go get some real dinner, and I will catch all of you tomorrow. Thank you all again for everything. I look forward to seeing all of you then.